I rose a few days ago to say that to all the House members on both sides of the aisle that we ought to move on behalf of the American people legislation and policies on which we agree, and not allow them to be lost or unaddressed because of the fact that we have other matters on which we disagree. That's a successful strategy for families, for human beings, for business, and for life. To not allow the things on which we disagree be an impediment to moving us forward on things we can agree on. So I rise this morning because we're going to have two items about which I'm greatly concerned on the floor today. Actually, one of them will be on the floor and one will not. I'm concerned about the one that will be, and I'm concerned about the one that will not. And I want to speak briefly about them. We will be considering a bill on the floor today that will fund the Department of Homeland Security. There is within that bill two items on which the parties disagree. There are also within that bill literally a score, two score, perhaps three score, on which we agree. Those items will affect whether or not we pay people who are working for the federal government and for the American people. And a number of them are very important items. One is the TSA, the Transportation Security Agency, which we all see at airports. As far as I can tell, everybody in this House, all 435, believe they ought to be paid. We will have on the seas surrounding our country and perhaps in other places the Coast Guard, patrolling for the sanctity of our borders, for the safety of our mariners, and for the safety both of commercial and non-commercial vessels. There is also an agency within the Department of Homeland Security called the Federal Emergency Management Agency, which responds to jurisdictions and to people when disasters occur causing great damage to communities and to people. As far as I can tell, everybody is for funding that agency. The Secret Service, particularly at a time of war, but at all times, has a very difficult job. They are called essential employees. And so they are working now, but they're not being paid. As far as I can tell, everybody in the House believes they ought to be paid. Now, we have a disagreement over the way that the ICE, otherwise known as the Immigration Service, is handling its work, its duties. Some of us believe that they are doing things that are outside the boundary of the Constitution, the laws of our country and our states, and the norms of police activity. It is a significant, important difference of opinion that ought to be argued, that ought to be resolved, and we resolve things through a vote on this floor. The Border Patrol is also involved not at the border, but in the interior of our country. That is not usual, and it has resulted, in the opinion of some of us, from the taking of American lives inconsistent with the safety of American citizens and inconsistent with the norms of police work in America in our counties and in our cities and in our states.
The gentleman's time has expired.
So I hope, in conclusion, that we will vote on a motion to recommit, which funds all of the federal employees in question and represents honestly to the American people that the Customs Agency and ICE are already funded and were funded at the beginning of this year. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the additional seconds and yield back the balance of my time.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, farmers, ranchers, and agriculture producers are the backbone of this country. They wake up before the sun, work long after it sets, and take on risk every single day to feed, fuel, and clothe the world. Yet too often in Washington, we ask them to do that work without the certainty and stability that they deserve. The last fully enacted Farm Bill was passed in 2018. That might not seem like long ago in Washington, but in agriculture, 6 years is a lifetime. Input costs and inflation surged under the mismanagement of the last administration. Markets are more volatile, and global competition has only intensified. Our farmers do not need more uncertainty. They need predictability. They need policies that allow them to invest, plan, and efficiently keep their farms and ranches in their families. That is why it is so critical that we pass what I call the Farm Bill 1.0 last year. Through the Working Families Tax Cuts, Republicans' majorities in Congress delivered the most significant investment in American agriculture in decades. We strengthened the farm safety net. We modernized crop insurance. We expanded access to commodity programs. We made historic investments in conservation, research, trade, and rural development. And we delivered real tax relief to family farms and ranchers that operate on razor-thin margins. Those policies lowered the cost of doing business, strengthened risk management tools, and gave producers more confidence to keep working in the face of uncertainty. From cattle ranchers to ag lenders, Americans in agriculture truly needed those policies. In short, it helped farmers weather economic pressure after 4 years of sky-high inflation that increased input costs by more than 36% under President Biden. But the job is not finished. Farm Bill 2.0 is about continuing what we started last summer. It's about taking that running start and delivering a fiscally responsible 5-year farm bill that works for agriculture producers in the real world. The Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026 does exactly that. This week, my colleagues on the House Agriculture Committee and I marked up the Farm, Food, and National Security Act of 2026, passing this legislation out of committee in a bipartisan fashion just a few hours ago. This bill, which I consider Farm Bill 2.0, reflects the agriculture of today, not that of 2018. It strengthens commodity programs and disaster assistance so our nation's producers are not left waiting on Congress every time drought, flood, wildfire, or disease strikes. Farm Bill 2.0 ensures dairy, livestock, and specialty crop producers have policies that match their risk. It protects crop insurance as the cornerstone of the farm safety net. It supports conservation programs that are locally led, voluntary, and practical. The Farm, Food, and National Security Act expands access to credit and modernizes loan limits so producers can keep up with the capital-intensive nature of agriculture today. It strengthens rural development, broadband, water infrastructure, and rural hospitals because agriculture does not exist in isolation. Strong farms require strong rural communities. And importantly, the bill is built on a bedrock of fiscally conservative policy. A farm bill should provide certainty without growing government for the sake of growing government. It should prioritize the men and women who've dedicated their lives to American agriculture instead of prioritizing paperwork. It should set up farmers for success without getting in their way, and it should respect the taxpayer while recognizing that a secure food supply is key to national security. I'm proud to say that our Farm Bill 2.0 lives up to those conservative standards. This is not about politics. It's about doing our job. Farmers and ranchers plan in seasons and decades, not in continuing resolutions and short-term extensions. Every delay makes it harder for them to make decisions about planting, equipment purchases, and land leases. Passing a 5-year bill gives producers what they need most: certainty. Certainty to invest, certainty to innovate, certainty to keep feeding a hungry world. Farm Bill 1.0 laid that foundation. Farm Bill 2.0 will continue that work. As part of my Farm Bill Impact Series, I've spoken on this floor 34 times advocating for Congress to pass a farm bill, and this legislation is exactly what I've spent so long advocating for. The farm bill that builds on the agriculture wins we passed last year, and most importantly, the farm bill that our farmers and ranchers are depending on. I call on the rest of my colleagues to recognize our bipartisan hard work and pass this legislation for the good of our farmers, our food supply, and our national security. Because when farmers succeed, America succeeds. Thank you, Madam Speaker. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a truly remarkable Buffalonian, John J. Heidinger, who passed away at the age of 72 on January 1st, 2026. John's presence was woven into the fabric of Buffalo, and with his passing, our city has lost a pillar in our community. To know John was to know something essential about Buffalo itself: loyalty, humor, generosity, and an unwavering devotion to the people and places that shaped him. John was born and raised in Buffalo's Old First Ward, a neighborhood defined by its character and Irish pride. And John carried that with him every day of his life. He was one of 8 children raised by Jack and Elizabeth Heidinger in a small apartment near O'Connell Avenue, where love, faith, and hard work were not just values, they were a way of life. That foundation shaped the course of John's story. John deeply believed in the power of organized labor, in the fairness, stability, and respect unions provide to working families. That conviction led him to dedicate more than 40 years of his life as an usher and ticket taker, where he stood shoulder to shoulder with his fellow union members and ultimately went on to serve as president of Local 235, which would later become SEIU Local 200 United. As president, John negotiated fair contracts, defended livelihoods, and helped ensure that generations of workers in Western New York, including me and my family, could make a better life for themselves and their loved ones. But if you grew up in Buffalo, chances are you knew John in another way too. In the early years of his career, John served as equipment manager for the Buffalo Sabres. He loved the team, the travel, the stories, the joy of being part of something larger than himself. John would even invite players, especially those far from home with nowhere to go, to his house for Thanksgiving dinner. That was John, making room at the table, always looking out for others, and always treating everyone like family. In so many ways, John was present for Buffalo's most cherished memories: Sabres games, Bills games, Bison's games, Shea's performances, Klein Hand's concerts, and the racetrack, the Odd, the Rock Pile, Pilot Field, the Ralph, and the arena. John was the familiar face at the door, the one who knew your name, the one who greeted you with a smile and made you feel welcome. But above all else, John's favorite role was being a devoted father to Michael, Suzanne, and Sarah, and a cherished papa to his grandson, Ethan. He was also a beloved friend and partner to Martha. May we honor John's memory by living with the same generosity, loyalty, and pride in where we come from that he showed throughout his life. To John's extensive family, friends, and loved ones, we hold you in our hearts. On behalf of a grateful city and on behalf of a grateful nation, may John J. Heidinger rest in peace. I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. McCormick, for 5 minutes.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to discuss legislation that is near and dear to me. It updates outdated federal definitions and ensures fairness for students attending universities that serve some of the most historically underserved communities across the country. Importantly, this benefits many people with no cost. My last tour as a Marine was serving as the Marine Officer Instructor at Morehouse, Spelman, Clark Atlanta, and Morris Brown as an adjunct professor. I then had the distinguished honor of attending and serving as student body president at Morehouse School of Medicine. That experience shaped not only my medical career, but also my understanding of leadership, service, and the responsibility we have to expand opportunity to the next generation. Morehouse School of Medicine was founded to give opportunities to the underserved minority population and give them access to careers in healthcare and top-quality medical education. Its mission is clear: to serve the underserved. Yet for far too long, federal policy has failed to keep pace with that mission. This mission that harkens back to the core principles for the foundation of the Republican Party itself is a vital promise that we should always strive to uphold. Outdated definitions in statute have limited students at institutions like Morehouse to the resources and support they rightfully deserve. My bill has one small step to help correct that. It modernizes federal language so that historically black colleges and universities and other historically underserved institutions are treated fairly and equitably under the law that we intend. It ensures that students training to serve in rural communities, urban neighborhoods, and medically fragile populations are not disadvantaged by bureaucratic technicality written decades ago. As a graduate of Morehouse, I have seen the extraordinary talent and commitment of students who are determined to make a difference. They deserve policies that recognize their value and support their success. Morehouse's legacy is incredible. I had the privilege of learning from Dr. David Satcher, the former Surgeon General of the United States and a towering figure in public health. His leadership set a standard of excellence and service that continues to guide my work today. The broader Morehouse community has helped shape our nation through leaders like Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., whose moral clarity transformed America, and Jay Johnson, who served as Secretary of Homeland Security, Edwin Moses, an Olympic gold medalist who exemplified discipline and determination, Samuel L. Jackson, whose artistic achievements are recognized worldwide, and Admiral Alvin Halsey, who had a long and distinguished military career. These individuals reflect a tradition of excellence, resilience, and service. The students walking the halls today carry that same potential. This legislation is about ensuring that federal policy aligns with the legacy that we are trying to establish. This is about opportunity, and it's about strengthening the pipeline of leaders, physicians, scientists, and public servants our country so urgently needs. I urge my colleagues to support this bill and stand with students at historically underserved institutions in order to make sure every institution who meets the criteria is included in the growing and vital HBCU network of universities that are working every day to serve America's communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield the remainder of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Liccardo, for 5 minutes. Wow, that was a whole bunch of kids.
Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of a great and a very good man, Mr. Louis Lon O'Normadin II of Montecito, California, a beloved businessman, philanthropist, and community leader. Lon passed away in December of 2025 at the age of 91. Born and bred in San Jose, Lon graduated from Bellman College Prep and earned a business degree from Santa Clara University, and then proudly served our country as a first lieutenant in the U.S. Army. He married his high school sweetheart, Peggy, And together they shared 70 years of marriage and raised a large, loving family. Following his military service, Lon Normandin carried on his family's storied business legacy, serving as president and chairman of the Normandin Car Dealership, a family business bearing the Normandin name since its founding in 1875 as a horse carriage manufacturer. Under the leadership of Lon and his kids, the dealership continued through its fifth and sixth generations, a rare achievement in America that reflects the deep bond that the Normandin family had with the community. Over more than 60 years in the auto industry, Lon earned national recognition, led dealer efforts to rebuild Chrysler alongside CEO Lee Iacocca back in the 1980s. Lon became a finalist for the National Time Dealer of the Year Award and helped lead his industry as a chairman of Chrysler's National Dealer Council and as president of Chrysler's California Advertising Association. And he was a renowned business leader in the area. He also co-founded a bank, Heritage Bank in Silicon Valley, and he was sought after for his business advice. But Lon was far better known and far more beloved for what he meant to our community and how he lived out his faith. He supported many in need with a particular passion for the education of children from struggling families. As a generous benefactor, he served on the boards of the Catholic Community Foundation, Santa Clara University, Bellarmine College Prep, Presentation High School, and Notre Dame High School. He led major fundraising efforts to build and expand build and expand Catholic elementary schools in the area, helped establish St. Francis Cabrini in San Jose, Holy Spirit School, and Sacred Heart Nativity School. Lon served the community and his faith as a longtime member of the Knights of Malta, and he was a familiar face at every 6 a.m. daily Mass. His generosity extended well beyond the church. For many years, he volunteered weekly at Martha's Kitchen in San Jose, serving meals to neighbors in need. And I would see him in there with an incredibly big smile and lots of friends joining in. He often brought his children and grandchildren along to embrace the value of service. Above all his accomplishments, I remember Lon for his kindness and his unwavering instinct for helping others and his deep devotion to his family. Lon treated everyone with respect, offered a ready smile or laugh, and sought to help anyone in need. And many came to him and to Peggy seeking help. His 6 kids went on to become great community builders in their own right. Mark, Karen, David, Lisa, Diane, and Paul. In my own youth, Lon provided me with a wonderful role model of Christian selflessness, leadership, and service. As I eventually learned, I wasn't alone in making Lon my role model. Many of my friends in the Normandin orbit felt the same way. Mr. Speaker, I ask my colleagues to join me in celebrating the life of Lon Normandin and extending our very deepest condolences to his beloved wife, Peggy, their 6 children and spouses, 14 grandchildren, and 11 great-grandchildren. The family was the great joy and foundation of Lon's life. We honor Lon Normandin's legacy of faith, family, and service, and express gratitude for the example he set. May he rest in peace. I yield my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Thompson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to recognize American Red Cross Month, which has been celebrated every March since 1943. The American Red Cross was founded by Clara Barton in 1881 with the noble mission of serving people in need. The American Red Cross is one of the largest organizations in the country with approximately 230 chapters in the United States and close to 300,000 volunteers. American Red Cross Month was first recognized during World War II with President Franklin D. Roosevelt urged individuals to assist with the nation's growing humanitarian needs. What initially started out as a humanitarian call to action has grown into a larger mission. Now communities across the country come together to help those in need. The bond between the American Red Cross and the United States government is defined by more than a century of service. Since the organization's formal chartering in the early 1900s, the American Red Cross has had a hand in providing aid to our military personnel and their families. The organization was pivotal in assisting service members and families during World War I and World War II. During both wars, the American Red Cross recruited thousands of registered nurses and prepared millions of aid packages for the United States military and our allies. Today, the American Red Cross still provides support for military members and their families. However, their reach has extended to also serve communities that have been impacted by natural disasters. This organization assists in recovery efforts by providing emergency assistance, food, shelter, and emotional support to those in need. Many people know of the American Red Cross because of their commitment to blood donations. On average, they collect nearly 4.5 million blood donations and provide almost 40% of our nation's blood. In addition to humanitarian aid relief and blood donations, the American Red Cross has been training and educating people for over a century. The organization provides training in first aid, CPR, water safety, lifeguarding, and other emergency response areas. Today, communities across the United States are safer because of the large number of people who have become American Red Cross certified. With training, these people can identify an emergency and step in to provide care. I thank all the American Red Cross volunteers who work tirelessly to serve others and care for those in need. Madam Speaker, I rise today to recognize Jersey Shore, Pennsylvania, which marks its bicentennial celebration on March 15th. Jersey Shore was founded in 1826, although the borough's rich history dates to the 1700s, when families settled in the area after the Revolutionary War. Many families chose this location because of the availability of farmland. Before the borough's adoption of the name Jersey Shore, the settlement was first called Waynesburg, named after a famous Revolutionary War general, Anthony Wayne, who served under General George Washington. However, Jersey Shore quickly became the namesake due to the high number of settlers from New Jersey and the borough's proximity to the Susquehanna River. Established along the banks of the Susquehanna and near numerous state parks, Jersey Shore, also known as the gateway to the Pine Creek Valley, offers visitors the chance to hike, bike, fish, and kayak. Jersey Shore is a true reflection of Main Street charm and American values. It is an area many people from the Commonwealth are proud to call home. Congratulations to the Jersey Shore Borough on this momentum milestone. Madam Speaker, I want to take the opportunity to thank the members and the staff of the House Agriculture Committee. Early this morning, we finished up 20 hours of marking up and ultimately passing the Farm Food and National Security Act of 2026. A strong bipartisan bill passed 2-1 out of committee. I appreciate all the members on the committee who contributed and helped to refine this bill, and we look forward to bringing this legislation that really serves America's #1 industry, agriculture, and all those farm families and ranch families and the communities of rural America. I look forward to getting this to the floor and ultimately to the President's desk. With that, Madam Speaker, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Latimer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me salute the outstanding work of the Greenberg Nature Center, its professional staff, and its volunteer leadership for providing an environmental oasis for all to enjoy in the middle of a bustling suburb. The Nature Center is a 33-acre preserve just steps away from busy Central Avenue that offers hiking trails, demonstration gardens, a live animal museum with barnyard animals and other wildlife, and provides educational programs, youth camps for kids, and an annual environmental set of events that welcome the whole community. The professional team is led by Executive Director Alex Dunn, and she has spent decades in environmental work, nonprofits in California before returning home to Westchester. She is aided by Mary Beth Cagney, Chloe DiGianni, Rosa Van Zant, Elizabeth Mulder, Greg Wegler, Andrew Michalski, and many others.
The Board of Directors provides volunteer and community-based support and direction, led by President Dolia Fleck and other leaders, Jackie Pfeffer, Melissa Jones, Naomi Haber, Jim Bland, and former town councilwoman Diana Juttner. From the floor of the House of Representatives, we salute the team of the Greenberg Nature Center for its constant advancement of this valued community asset. Madam Speaker, the month of March, with St. Patrick's Day to be celebrated on March 17th, is a time to honor those of us of Irish American heritage. Across the nation, much less in Westchester and in the Bronx, there will be parades and festive dinners to salute the Irish experience and the accomplishments here in America. One such event is the 14th annual Sound Shore St. Patrick's Day Parade, scheduled for Sunday, March 22nd in Mamaroneck. This loops together the Irish in communities from Larchmont to Rye and Portchester to New Rochelle. Tonight, there is the annual Hearts and Shamrock Dinner, which was, for many, the annual scholarship fundraising effort for deserving students. And at the dinner, the parade's 2025 Grand Marshal, Matt McCauley, will turn over his sash to the parade's 2026 Grand Marshal, Joe Carvin. Joe is a resident of Portchester, a former resident of Rye Brook. He's an accomplished business executive, and he finds time yet to work with high school students in voluntary action, and he has served as village trustee in Portchester and as Rye Town supervisor. I regret being unable to join them tonight, but we salute Matt and Joe, parade leaders Joe Morrow and Michael Murphy as they celebrate together. From the floor of the House of Representatives, this grandson of Enniskillen in County Fermanagh sends our very best. Madam Speaker, I want to salute the newly installed Archbishop for the Archdiocese of New York, His Excellency the Most Reverend Ronald Hicks. Archbishop Hicks has assumed the spiritual leadership for the 2.8 million member Catholic community that includes Westchester and the Bronx, succeeding the much-loved Timothy Cardinal Dolan, who served for 16 years. Archbishop Hicks was most recently in charge of the Diocese of Joliet, Illinois, and is well known by Pope Leo, also an Illinois native, who made this key assignment. The New York Archdiocese has 300 parishes and also runs 153 schools with an aggregate enrollment of 49,000 students, runs a seminary, cemeteries, and links with various Catholic charitable organizations. A native of Illinois, Archbishop Hicks was ordained to the priesthood in 1994, served in local parishes as a seminary dean and an important assignment in Latin America before becoming a bishop. From the floor of the House of Representatives, we welcome Archbishop Ronald Hicks to New York, and we wish him great success in his pastoral services and in his church leadership. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield my time.
The gentleman yields. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from New York, Ms. Maliotakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, colleagues. This past Monday, I joined President Trump at the White House as he posthumously awarded United States Army Staff Sergeant Michael Ollis of Staten Island, New York, the Medal of Honor, the nation's highest military honor that can be bestowed. I rise to share with all of you the bravery exhibited by my district's hometown hero. On August 28, 2013, Staff Sergeant Ollis gave his life weeks before his 25th birthday, and he gave his life to save an Allied soldier during a Taliban raid on Forward Operating Base Ghazni in Afghanistan, after a truck carrying 3,000 pounds of explosive slammed into the base and terrorists advanced. Without wearing any armor, Staff Sergeant Ollis fired back, then chose selflessness and placed himself between a suicide bomber and a fellow Allied soldier. He did not pause. He did not stop to calculate. He acted, knowing that the cost would be his life. But he chose to save the life of a NATO ally, Polish Second Lieutenant Karol Serpika. Michael's courage, selflessness, and sacrifice represent the very best of our nation, earning him the Purple Heart, Bronze Star, Silver Star, and Distinguished Service Cross, as well as the Grand Cross of the Order of Merit of Poland, the highest Polish decoration for a foreigner. On Staten Island, we are so proud of Michael. We have a ferry named after him. The Veterans of Foreign Wars Post 9587 is also named for Michael. The Michael Alice Freedom Foundation supports veterans and students in his memory, continuing his legacy of service to others. But the Medal of Honor, a statement of national memory, tells the entire world and future generations the courage, the patriotism, the sacrifice, and the service exhibited by Michael Alice, all values that the United States hold sacred. His final act requires no embellishment or argument. It stands on its own, resolute and selfless, and is worthy of the highest military recognition our country can bestow. We are grateful to President Donald Trump for recognizing Staff Sergeant Alice's extraordinary heroism, and today I add this tribute to the official congressional record. We congratulate his family, especially his parents, Bob and Linda, who accepted the honor, and the entire Staten Island community who worked tirelessly to ensure that the ultimate sacrifice made by our hometown hero, Michael Alice, received the recognition it deserves. He may no longer be with us physically, but he lives on in our hearts and in our minds. His valor and devotion to our nation and his fellow soldiers will never be forgotten by our proud community and by our grateful nation. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. Costa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to advise and revise my remarks.
Without objection.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I make my comments on a very important issue facing our country, let us all pause for a moment to recognize those 6 Americans who have lost their lives this week and their families, realizing that they've given their all. God bless them, and our thoughts and prayers are with their loved ones. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to talk about something that touches every family as well, and every community, and that's hunger. Food, I always say in the House Ag Committee, of which I am a member, is a national security issue. Food is a national security issue. Yet too often we fail to treat it that way. When families cannot access healthy, affordable food, our communities are weaker, our economy is weaker, and our nation is weaker. If we are forced to import essential foods rather than growing them here in America, that leaves our nation more vulnerable to increasing and an unstable world that we live in today. In our San Joaquin Valley, of which I represent, one of the most productive agricultural regions in the country, farmers rise early in the morning to put food on America's dinner table. I know. I'm a third-generation farmer and proud of it. California produces over 400 commodities, including nearly half the nation's fruits and vegetables. More than 60% of over 80% of the citrus in the nation is produced in California, and 75% of the world's almonds and pistachios. Think about that, 75% in California. Yet even communities that grow so much of our food, like in my district, nearly 30% of the households rely on food assistance. It's an interesting dichotomy. Incredible food production that puts on every American's dinner table every night with the help of farm workers. Yet a majority of those households, 30% of them in my district, require food assistance. It's sad. They depend upon food support for their food. Nationwide, 48 million people face food insecurity in our country, including 14 million children in the richest nation in the world. This is unacceptable. At the same time, we know that grocery costs are up by as much as $400 a month for so many of our families throughout the country. Egg prices rose 53% over the year from January 2024 to January 2025. In 2025, a gallon of whole milk averaged $4. Ground beef prices have risen 15% recently and are up 63% since 2020. And Americans who purchase their groceries every week know that the affordability of their food continues to get more challenging and more difficult. Last year, the United States Department of Agriculture canceled $1 billion
in funding that schools and local food banks use to purchase food directly from local farmers. It was a great program, had a lot of merit. Why they canceled it, I do not know. Congress also enacted cuts totaling $186 billion in food assistance that resulted in more than 3 million people losing their food support entirely. Disgraceful. Soon after, the United States Department of Agriculture terminated the annual government report on hunger, the very report that told us that 48 million Americans face food insecurity. What's that about? Without reliable data, we are left without a clear picture on who is struggling the most in our communities throughout our country. This week, the House marked up the Farm Bill, an important effort that we are supposed to do every 4 years. We're now into 5.5 years. And we tried to strengthen the nutrition programs through amendments in legislation, but the Republicans defeated our efforts, sadly. We must stabilize farm income. We must allow producers to fall behind, whether we invest in local food systems or just let them disappear. Food is a national security, and the Farm Bill affects grocery prices, crop insurance, school lunches, rural economies. So this year we must pass a bipartisan Farm Bill, and I am doing everything I can, working with my colleagues across the aisle in the Senate. Because, Mr. Speaker, food is a national security issue. That's the bottom line. In the Central Valley that I represent, the San Joaquin Valley, families are spending over $1,000 a month on groceries. The affordability question is real. Farmers are navigating misguided tariffs policy and volatile markets, disease outbreaks. In the richest country in the world, we should not accept this system. Hard-working farmers shrinking margins while families struggle to afford their groceries. Let's support our farmers. Let's feed our families. Let's feed our children. I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Bergman, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with a heavy heart to honor the life and legacy of a truly remarkable man. My cousin, my friend, and true pillar of his community, Robert Bob Bakken. Bob passed away on February 15th at the age of 83, leaving behind a legacy defined by service to his family, his students, and the community he loves so deeply. You know, life and tomorrow are never guaranteed. Little did any of us realize that when I met with Steve, his son, Steve's wife Lee, and their granddaughter Charlie about 10 days ago to think about the planning of the Bob's Memorial Service, that today I would be extending condolences to Steve and Charlie on the passing of their mother, Lee, unexpectedly last Sunday. Again, life and tomorrow are never guaranteed. The only thing that is guaranteed is God's love and God's forgiveness. Born in Highland Park, Michigan, and raised in Ironwood, Bob devoted his life to learning and to helping others succeed. After earning his bachelor's degree from Northland College and a master's in education from Northern Michigan University, he moved to Houghton, Michigan in 1967. For the next 35 years, he taught U.S. history and government at Houghton High School, shaping the minds and the character of generations of young people. To many of his students, he was simply Mr. B, but to the community, he was much more than a teacher. Bob was a mentor, a coach, and someone who believed deeply in investing in young people. He coached basketball and golf, and even after his coaching days ended, he stayed involved in athletics as a referee, bringing fairness, enthusiasm, and integrity to every game he worked. He was that kind of referee on the basketball court who celebrated the players of both teams on a shot well played, and sometimes would chastise them a little bit for them being on the outside the edges of the rules. In fact, he told me a story one time. He said to his class, it was the beginning of November, and he said, November 15th here in northern Michigan is not a holiday. Just because it's the opening of deer season doesn't mean you get a day off of school. However, if a few days after the 15th, if there's some fresh venison on my desk, your grades won't suffer. That was the kind of guy Bob was when it came to engaging his students and celebrating life as it was meant to be for these young high schoolers. Bob believed that service to community didn't stop at the classroom door. In 1990, he stepped into public service, first on the Houghton Planning Commission and later on the City Council. In 2008, he was elected mayor of Houghton, a position he held with pride and dedication for more than a decade. Those who worked with him often described Bob as the kind of leader who brought people together. He led with kindness, wisdom, and an optimism that made others believe in the future of their town. He was the kind of person who knew everyone, encouraged everyone, and celebrated every success, big or small. But to our family, Bob was something even more important. He was a steady presence, someone who cared deeply about the people around him. He faced life's hardships with strength and grace, carrying forward with the same generosity of spirit that defined him. Bob loved his family, and one of his greatest joys was being a grandfather. He took pride in watching that next generation grow, just as he had taken pride in helping the generations of students find their way. And as his granddaughter, Charlie, heads off to Miami of Ohio this fall, I know she's going to take the memories of her grandpa with her and celebrate that every day. Mr. Speaker, communities across this country are built by people like Bob Backen, people who quietly dedicate their lives to others, teachers who inspire, coaches who mentor, local leaders who step forward not for recognition, but because they care deeply about the place that they call home. Bob embodied the very best of Michigan's Upper Peninsula: hard work, humility, kindness, and an unwavering commitment to community. His impact will live on in the countless students he taught, again, the athletes he coached, the city he helped lead, and the many people whose lives were better simply because they knew him. And whenever you hear the song Sweet Caroline, you think about Bob humming that somewhere and leading the chorus. That was his song, and I'm sure he's still singing it up in heaven now. I will always be proud to call him my cousin and friend. May his memory be a blessing and an inspiration to all who knew him. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Frost, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to talk about the investigation and horrific crimes of Jeffrey Epstein. About a week ago, I attended President Clinton's deposition in New York last Friday. This deposition raised even more questions about President Trump's relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Let me explain why. First off, of course, President Clinton said that President Trump flew on the plane. But not just that, President Clinton also recounted a conversation he had with President Trump about Jeffrey Epstein on a golf course in New York in the early 2000s. He said that President Trump had told him that the reason him and Jeffrey Epstein had fallen out had to do with a real estate land dispute. This directly contradicts information that President Trump has stated in the past. He has claimed that their falling out was over spa workers at Mar-a-Lago. We also know that his own Commerce Secretary, Secretary Howard Lutnick, is in the files as well. Despite this, the president contends that he doesn't know anything about Jeffrey Epstein's crime, and the questions are, if you don't know anything about the crimes, how do you know that Howard Lutnick is innocent, as the president has stated multiple times? I also have unanswered questions about President Trump's Mar-a-Lago club. President Trump himself said that Jeffrey Epstein stole many of the women who worked at the spa in Mar-a-Lago. I made a motion in the Oversight Committee to subpoena documents related to Jeffrey Epstein and Mar-a-Lago. No Republican on the Oversight Committee supported my motion. Republicans on the Oversight Committee wanted to spend our time talking to Secretary Hillary Clinton, and if we're calling spouses before the Oversight Committee, why haven't we talked to Melania Trump yet about what she knows? There are still many questions that need to be answered, and I'm proud that yesterday the Oversight Committee issued a subpoena to Pam Bondi. We will hold her accountable for what is obviously a cover-up and her withholding many of the Epstein files. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to chat about what I've been doing at the Department of Justice. Many members have been going to the Department of Justice to view the Epstein files unredacted. Many of the files I've looked at were still redacted, even ones without victims' names in it. And some of the files I went to look for are no longer accessible and actually have been removed from the website. We know these files existed, but they've been scrubbed by the DOJ. Americans are tired of the corruption. They're tired of a tiered justice system where, depending on how big your bank account is and how connected you are, will have a direct outcome or will directly impact the outcome of your case. They want transparency. And so I took online to Reddit and different websites to ask folks what I should look at and what they wanted transparency on as far as the Epstein files were concerned. Here, I wanted today to come to the floor to share some of the files that people online have asked me to look into. The first one was this file that talked about a torture video. This right here is an email. The email belongs to Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, and that is who this was sent to. The next one has to do with an email that says, "Did you know somewhere in the hills outside Zorro, 2 foreign girls were buried on orders of Jeffrey and Madam G. Both died by strangulation during rough fetish sex." This is from a fake email right here, dfd42299@protonmail.com. And then at the bottom, down here, they're arranging for a Bitcoin to be sent to a wallet address. I'm actually going to read that address out loud. 3CR9T PVEREGEG 4ZG HPEDZMC 94 HZUUSCBHN. One of the other files people asked for some transparency on had to do with the Federal Bureau of Investigation CHS reporting document. This is still redacted. Even when I went into the DOJ and clicked the button to unredact it, it was still redacted. I was told they received it this way. The next one has to do with a diary of drawings and collages. Something that could definitely give us some more information that could be useful. This is also still redacted. There are many pages from the diary all redacted. Of course, we need to keep the victims' names from being made public, but Congress has a right to investigate this important information. One of the files that folks asked me to look into is about Donald Trump. Jeffrey Epstein forwarded an email to Ghislaine Maxwell. This email was from Jack Goldberger. Okay.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yocum, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday we lost a giant. Growing up in South Bend, Coach Holtz was more than a football coach. He was a living legend. When I was young, my family took me to a Notre Dame hockey game, and we were walking up late, so there was nobody else around. And appearing out from the shadows, you could see the silhouette of Coach Holtz. My father asked if he had a moment to say hello and sign autographs for us. You know, the coach could have just blown us off, but he didn't do that. He walked straight up to me, got down on one knee, stuck out his hand and said, "Hi, I'm Coach Holtz. What's your name?" That moment for me became a lifelong lesson. It taught me that no matter who you are or where you go in life, you're never too important to say hello to someone that wants your time. That's exactly who Coach Holtz was. A national champion, a Hall of Fame coach, sure. But even more importantly, he was an extraordinary person. He's someone who brought out the best of people. He got more out of people than they ever believed possible. He inspired them to be the best that they could be, and he set a high standard of excellence that the people around him could only hope to achieve. Sally Ann and I lift up the Holtz family in our prayers. Thank you, Coach, for the memories. Thank you for your positive influence on the South Bend community and Notre Dame at large. Go Irish. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Ohio, Ms. Sykes, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we come off the observance of Black History Month, we are reminded of a story of courage, scholarship, and action that helped reshape how America understands its past. Black History Month began with the work of Carter G. Woodson, who believed that contributions of African Americans must be visible, taught, and celebrated. In 1926, he created Negro History Week to highlight Black achievement and make space in our nation's story for those who are often ignored. But it was Kent State University, my alma mater, in 1969 and 1970 that students decided that 1 week was not enough. Black students and educators argued that history this rich and important deserved at least a full month. Students from the Black United Students Organization proposed expanding the observance into what we now know as Black History Month. In February 1970, Kent State became the first campus to celebrate a month-long event, 6 years before it became a national observance. As someone who attended Kent State and studied in Oscar Ritchie Hall, I know firsthand the power of students demanding more truth, more justice, more inclusion. Their voices shaped one of many national movements, showing how change can start with those who are willing to speak up. Although February has ended, the lessons of Black History Month do not end with it. History shapes our identity as a nation, good, bad, and everything in between. When we know the struggles and triumphs of those who came before us, we understand our collective journey towards justice. Black history is American history, and leaving any part out makes our story incomplete. The close of Black History Month is not a conclusion. It is a continuation. It is a reminder to confront inequities in education, economic opportunity, healthcare, voting rights, and justice. True justice requires more than just recognition. It requires change. It requires action. Even as the calendar turns, the call remains the same. Lift every voice, celebrate achievements, confront injustice, and teach future generations a history in the need for diversity, equity, inclusion, and unity. As we reflect on Black History Month here on the House floor, I ask all of my colleagues to recommit to these principles, because when we expand the story of our history, we expand the promise of our future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Davis, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the Greenville, North Carolina United States Army recruiters and those across the country, they're working hard to get the job done every single day. My son Justin has arrived now at Fort Benning, Georgia, to become an infantryman. He went from carrying our nation's flag to now answering the call to protect it. Inspired as a child and from his 4 years in JRTC with the Ram Battalion at Green Central High School in Snow Hill. I recall a few months back, he called me and he said he wanted to talk to me about something. And I said, "Son, what is it?" He said, "Dad, I wanted to join the Army." I said, "Well, son, you know I was in the Air Force, right?"
And he said, yes, I do, Dad. He said, but I want to join the Army, and you're not changing my mind. I said, well, son, what is it that you want to do? He said, I want to be an infantryman. I said, son, you do understand the risk? And he said, yes, Dad, I understand the risk. And he went on to say something very moving and profound. He said, Dad, I listed my brothers as my beneficiaries. Later, he shared that after praying, he went in and took the oath of office with his Bible in his pocket. And by the way, I saw that Bible later. It was a camouflage Bible, but the words were the same. As his father, I said to him, son, I love you. Serve us well. And I found in me to say, Hoo! Mr. Speaker, I pause to give a special shout out in recognition to Major Morales, Sergeant Penhallow, his JRTC instructors, to Sergeant Head, who was really instrumental in sharing with Justin about the Army, Sergeant Young, who reminded all of us that you don't just recruit soldiers, but you recruit families. As a member of the House Armed Services Committee, I must admit that I'm a proud father. I'm a proud father. Decisions that I make serving on the House Armed Services Committee have become just so personal. But I want everyone to also understand I can't be willing to ask any parent across this country to send their son or daughter without giving mine. The last words that Justin shared with me before he was leaving, he said, Dad, I'm going to make you proud. To my colleagues, oh God, he has more than made me proud. To all the recruits who are shipping out to serve our country, and especially right now during these challenging times. I was taking them to MAPS in Raleigh. This was over the weekend. But during these challenging times, I want to thank every single recruit with all of my heart. Thank you for your bravery. Thank you for your courage. Thank you for your willingness to serve our country. Thank you for your love for America. And to every recruit, I share the same words that I shared with my son. Be strong and be of good courage and be all that you can be. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Fallon, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, a legend was called home. Lou Holtz passed away surrounded by his loving family, and I know Coach, if he had to choose, wouldn't have it any other way. Coach Lou Holtz will forever be a national treasure. He's a Hall of Fame coach, and he earned it. And he was born in modest means on January 6, 1937. His parents, Andrew and Anne Marie, raised him near a small mill town in West Virginia, right on the border in Liverpool, Ohio. Coach went on to play linebacker. I think he probably was 135 pounds soaking wet, but he was a linebacker at Kent State. And he used to joke about, when he would give some of his great speeches, that he graduated third in his class. Third from the bottom, not the top. And he went on, and when he's 34 years old, he was having a tough time in life, so he wrote down 107, and then it became 108 life goals. One, Johnny Carson. He wanted to be a head coach, he wanted to win a national championship, and many other goals. He achieved, if he didn't achieve all of them, he achieved nearly all of them. He became a head coach at William and Mary, then at North Carolina State, and then 1 year with the New York Jets when Joe Namath was there. That didn't go too well, so his calling was back in college. And he went to the University of Arkansas. He had wild success there. And then the University of Minnesota. And in his contract, he could leave for one school. And that school was the University of Notre Dame. And we won a national championship there in 1988, a very special time. Coach Holtz coached many great Americans. Byron Spruell, Pat Eilers, Rod West, Tony Rice, Derek Brown, Reggie Brooks, Ricky Waters, Jerome Bettis, Steve Berline, Andy Heck, Ron Meyer, James Dillard, Antoine Lark, and one of 1,500. I got the privilege to, I used to joke, I didn't necessarily play for Coach Holtz, I practiced for him. But Coach used to say you should have 4 things in life: something to do, someone to love, someone to believe in, and something to hope for. And I want to share with you all, he was in hospice. He passed away yesterday. But, you know, when you're in hospice, you know the end's coming. And this is what I shared with Coach Holtz. I sent him a text last month. I'm going to read it to you. Coach, I'm sitting in my office in the U.S. Capitol, and I know one thing for certain. I wouldn't be here right now had I not crossed your path. In short, you're a legend, and I love you. I had the honor of introducing you about a half dozen times over the last decade or so. And if you read Coach Holtz's bio, it's going to tell you that he has 2 sons. But that is wildly inaccurate. He has 1,502 sons. That's how Coach's players see him, as a coach, a mentor, a friend, and very much a second father. Coach, you demanded the best from all of us and taught us to dig deep and reach our full potential. You taught us not to exist, but to live, not to wallow, but to thrive, not to just dream, but to act. You taught us to take hold of our own futures and fates. So many of us did just that. I oftentimes share with people that you came out and did a fundraiser for me in 2018 when I was running for the Texas Senate. And I share that not to name drop or to impress people, but to share the person that you are. You refused payment. You flew from Florida to Texas to help a reserve player that you had coached 30 years prior. That's who you are. Generous beyond measure and a great American patriot of our republic. You are to be admired and emulated. Coach, you inspired us to be the men the good Lord made us to be. I was reading the other day that at some point, for most of us, there will come a day when our name will be spoken for the last time. For most of us. Not for you. Your name will live on for eternity. Because you're a legend. And you know what, Coach? Damn it, you earned it. Coach Lou Holtz, God bless you. And Coach, thank you. I yield.
Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Teach us your way, O Lord, that on this day we may walk in your truth. You alone bear witness to what is real and right. Help us to listen to your voice amid the noise of all that is spoken around us. Focus the intentions of our hearts and the inclinations of our will on your truth, that in all that we do and say in this place, we would revere you. Enable us to align our thoughts, our words, and our actions, that they would reflect both your truth and your love. May we speak with integrity. May we act with moral courage. May we live faithfully. Holy God, redeem and sustain us that we may present ourselves to you as those whom you approve, without reason to be ashamed. And when the day is done, by your grace and guidance, may we have spoken your truth, proven faithful to your word, and served as ambassadors of your matchless love in these troubled times. In your merciful name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, the journal stands approved. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa.
Please face the flag and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm grateful for the leadership of Governor Henry McMaster, Commerce Secretary Harry Lightsey, Ports Authority President Micah Malice, and with Chairman of the Board, Bill Stern, for the Ports Authority to have the announcement that 2025 exports for the Palmetto State total $38.5 billion, the highest value in 7 years, as Charleston is led by Mayor William Cogswell. Motor vehicles and parts, aircraft and parts, machinery are the most exported commodities. South Carolina has exported to 198 countries and territories, creating jobs. In 2025, the highlights, we were the leading exporter of vehicles with BMW, Volvo, Mercedes, the national exporter of tires with Michelin, Bridgestone, Continental, GT, and Trelleborg. In conclusion, God bless our troops as the global war on terrorism continues. Trump is reinstituting peace through strength, revealing war criminal Putin lies, insulting Trump and mocking Trump as Putin supports Iran today after the attacks on civilians in Azerbaijan and Syria. And I am confident that President Ilham Aliyev of Azerbaijan and President Ahmad al-Shara of Syria will respond, protecting Syrians. South Carolina also recognizes the passage of our favorite son, Jesse Jackson.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Speaker, to address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Honey Hagler and her dedication of service through nonprofit work. Ms. Hagler has spent much of her career serving our community's fastest growing demography, adults 65 and over. And since becoming the Orange County chapter president and CEO of Meals on Wheels in 2010, Ms. Hagler has led the delivery of meals to more than 15,000 older adults per year. Ms. Hagler has also served on the Leadership Council of the Orange County Strategic Plan for the Aging and as board chair of the National Association of Nutrition and Aging Services for the Aging. She's been recognized many times by the LA Times and both chambers of the California State Legislature. Congratulations, Holly, on a career filled with many accomplishments. We will miss you. Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Maryland seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a friend and a beloved Annapolitan, Billy Keys, who we lost last week at the age of 104. Mr. Keys was a World War II veteran, a police officer, a public school teacher, artist, a proud alpha man, husband, father, and devoted community member. Everyone fortunate enough to know Mr. Keys knew him for his wisdom, his compassion, and his unbridled wit. He served in the 761st Tank Battalion, the first all-African-American unit to enter combat during World War II, and then shared his experience with the next generation as a teacher for over 3 decades in the Anne Arundel County Public Schools. He retired only 5 years ago at the young age of 99. Mr. Keys was also an example of how to live well and how to live generously. When I visited him to mark his 100th birthday, he requested that I bring vanilla ice cream and Maryland distilled whiskey. And he made sure I let people know that while he was a lifelong registered Republican, he appreciated sharing his wisdom with service-minded Democrats. He accomplished more during his lifetime than many of us can dare to imagine, not taking a single moment for granted, and he touched so many lives through his decades of service to our community. He leaves behind a historic legacy here, and I will forever be inspired and grateful for having known him. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise.
The gentlewoman's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. I rise today to honor one of the most effective staffers and one of the most trusted partners with whom I have ever had the pleasure of working. Many of you know her well, either by her presence at my side on this floor, from the town halls and the briefings she has given regarding community project funding, or her skill in helping hundreds of House Democratic offices submit their priorities to the Appropriations Committee each year. In each aspect of her role as Director of Member Services, Ryan Elizabeth Kinney has brought unmatched tenacity, patience, attention to detail, and good humor with her, all essential qualities during long debates and longer markups. Ryan is more than staff to me. She's family. I worked with her father, and I watched her grow up and begin her career as an intern in my office, who jumped at the opportunity to become my temporary scheduler. We all know that scheduling is the no-win job in the office. But Ryan handled it with aplomb, taking on a legislative portfolio, even as she became my permanent scheduler. When I took the role of Appropriations Chair, I knew there was no one I would rather have in my corner on the committee. And as always, Ryan was up for the challenge. Since then, we have known victories, we've known defeats, we've had highs and lows, and like me, Ryan never tires of the fight. I am certain that Ryan will enjoy great success in her future endeavors, wherever that may lead. And while I will miss her counsel and her company in this body, I am so proud and excited to see her pursue new opportunities and adventures. Ryan will always be part of my family, and I say thank you to you for everything. And we're all here gathered, the staff in the gallery, to say thank you. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
What do I say? Huh? Oh, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, one of the files is about President Trump and Mar-a-Lago. What it reads starting here is Jeffrey Epstein forwarded Ghislaine Maxwell an email from Jack Goldberger. What it says starting here is, J.E. ever expelled from Mar-a-Lago? No. He was not a member, may have been a guest, never asked to leave. Mark Epstein said Trump on J.E. plane is true. I've been on a lot of planes, may have been on his plane, no young girls on plane. What do you know about allegations against J.E.? Only what I read in the paper. Trump ever been at J.E. house? I may have been there with my wife. Any young girls there? No. May have been children of guests, but that's it. Trump specifically asked Garton to advise us of the interview. Brad had also previously talked to a manager at Mar-a-Lago. Bernd Lempt confirmed J.E. never asked to leave Mar-a-Lago. That's this document, the final one that we'll report on today. The Department of Justice is still sitting on about 3 million files. They continue to pull things back and hide them every day. The government is lying to us, and we'll continue to fight till we have full transparency.
The gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Michigan seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
DTE Energy is out of control. They are requesting another outrageous rate hike just days after state regulators approved $242 million in increase, an increase of 4.6% per customer. This is our residents getting their utility costs increased. Our families can't afford higher rates with more power outages that wipe out groceries, spoil our medicines in our refrigerator, leave our neighbors without critical medical services, all because DTE in Michigan would rather spend money on campaign contributions than invest in reliability. DTE doesn't even care about reliability because they care about record profits and pay for shareholders and executives. The company, Speaker, made $1.5 billion in profits last year. This is unchecked corporate greed. DTE already charges some of the highest rates in the nation, but provides unreliable service and performs hundreds of thousands of utility shutoffs per year. And guess who subsidizes those shutoffs, Mr. Speaker? LAHI program, the taxpayers. So enough is enough. DTE Energy needs to be checked and held accountable.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New Jersey seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the leadership of President Acebo, the 13th president of New Jersey City University in Jersey City, a proud Hudson County native and the first-generation son of Cuban immigrants. President Acebo grew up in Union City and now leads one of our state's most vital Hispanic servant institutions, now the youngest president ever to head a public university in our state. When he stepped into leadership, NJCU faced a $22 million deficit and a physical emergency. In less than 2 years, he stabilized the university's finances and restored confidence in an institution that serves working families across New Jersey's 10th. But his leadership goes beyond balance sheets. Under President Acebo, NJCU ranks #1 in New Jersey for social mobility, expanding transfer access, increased enrollment, and reaffirmed its mission to make higher education affordable and accessible. President Acebo's story reflects the very students NJCU serves, resilient and rooted in community. With that, I yield back, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 1095, I call up the bill H.R. 7744, the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Act 2026, and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 7744, a bill making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 1095, the bill is considered read. The bill shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Appropriations or their respective designees. The gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole, and the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLario, will each control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the measure under consideration.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Once again, we are here on the House floor amidst a partial government shutdown. The bill before us isn't new. In fact, we debated this very same bill just 2 months ago. It reflects the bipartisan, bicameral agreement that Senate Democrats at the last minute failed to honor. Shutting down the Department of Homeland Security over a partisan fight hasn't changed the stakes. But maybe, knowing how critical it is to keep the homeland safe at this heightened moment, Democrats will side with reason and protecting the nation. No matter the question,
shutdowns are never the answer. I know my colleagues think by shutting down the government, they are somehow punishing Donald Trump for winning the election. But President Trump is not the one feeling the pain of a shutdown. They are punishing the TSA agents who are working hard to keep their community safe. They're punishing FEMA employees who are trying to help Americans fighting through these winter storms. They're punishing the cybersecurity analysts at CISA who are combating constant threats to our infrastructure and electric grid. Hundreds of thousands of federal employees in critical national security positions are being forced to work without pay. Their jobs leave no room for error, but they're being asked to continue that critical work with the added stress of not knowing when they'll receive their next paycheck, not knowing if they'll be able to put gas in their cars or food on their table. A few weeks ago, we heard from TSA Acting Director McNeil at an appropriations hearing. She talked about the impact of the longest shutdown in history, which was also initiated by Democrats. She told us about agents sleeping in their cars in the airport parking lot rather than spending money on gas to drive home because they couldn't afford it. Officers who sold their blood and plasma or took second jobs with what little spare time they had just to have money to feed their families. These hardworking families are just now barely recovered from the previous shutdown antics, and they are once again in the same confusing and undeserved position. Closing down or shortchanging federal agencies is irrational and irresponsible. This isn't something anyone should be proud of. It breaks my heart to hear of these stories. We know that shutdowns cause pain and uncertainty for the nation. Personally, I would find it unconscionable if my vote was the reason someone was sleeping in their car or if my vote was the reason someone couldn't pay their mortgage this month. This isn't a game. These are real people and real lives. In addition to the astoundingly negative human impact this shutdown is having on men and women who work for DHS, it's directly impacting our ability to keep Americans safe during heightened national security threats. In-person trainings at the National Fire Academy, the National Emergency Training Center, and the Center for Domestic Preparedness and the National Disaster and Emergency Management University have been canceled. The FEMA Disaster Relief Fund has a low balance, and the account will continue to be drained without new appropriations. Wait times at our nation's airport are already increasing as staffing strains hit the TSA workforce. There will be no new national flood insurance policies processed impacting Americans buying homes. CISA operates at limited capacity, with the majority of the workforce furloughed. Meanwhile, Iranian, Russian, and Chinese cyber actors continue targeting U.S. networks and critical infrastructure. While Coast Guard service members received their most recent check, civilian personnel are working without pay. Homeland Security investigators who investigate wide-ranging illicit activity like drugs and weapons smuggling, as well as human trafficking, are not moving forward. These limitations on our national security capabilities should concern us all. There's no reason to vote against this critical funding for our Department of Homeland Security at such an important time for our country. I urge all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to vote yes to end this shutdown and to keep our nation safe. With that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume here.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
I rise in opposition to the bill. Let us face facts. The bill we are considering today has no chance of becoming law. It has already failed once. It will fail again. Republican leadership is aware of this, but they still have chosen to waste our time on political theater, while President Trump's aimless, endless, and costly war with Iran puts American lives in danger. Whether it is from crises abroad or masked agents at home, President Trump and Republicans are putting Americans at risk. Democrats are fighting to keep our communities safe, both from foreign adversaries and out-of-control federal agents. If the Republicans are actually serious about the threat that President Trump's war with Iran has caused, then they should move quickly to bring up my bill, which they rejected, which would fund FEMA, TSA, the Coast Guard, the Secret Service, federal law enforcement training centers, Science and Technology Directorate, the Office of Inspector General, Federal Protective Services, and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, while setting funding for ICE and Customs and Border Protection aside as negotiations on those issues continues. There is broad agreement on funding for these agencies. There's no controversy over funding disaster relief or aviation security, or making sure the men and women of the Coast Guard and the Secret Service are paid. What there is a significant controversy over, however, is how ICE and Customs and Border Protection have beaten, detained, harassed, and even killed law-abiding U.S. citizens with zero accountability. So I ask my colleagues across the aisle, why not allow funding for the parts of Homeland Security over which we have no disagreements to pass? Allow disaster relief fund to be replenished. Allow TSA and Secret Service agents to be paid. Allow the Coast Guard to support its service members. Ensure our cybersecurity measures are in place while we continue to negotiate the reforms to ICE and Customs and Border Protection that the vast majority of Americans want to see enacted. Republicans have called these reforms radical, unreasonable. I would like to know which reforms specifically they feel are out of line. Let me tell you where there is a broad support for these. And do they oppose? Do they oppose prohibiting the detention or the deportation of U.S. citizens? Are they opposed to that? Are they opposed to requiring agents to get a warrant from a judge before kicking in someone's door? Are they opposed to removing masks, requiring badges and identification on uniforms? Are they opposed to prohibiting operations at sensitive locations like schools, medical facilities, houses of worship? Are they opposed to allowing independent investigations into wrongdoing? And are they opposed to ending racial profiling and ending roving patrols? Those are the discussions that are underway. Let us continue to do that. And are they really willing to block funding for the rest of the Department of Homeland Security because they believe so strongly that these armed federal agencies marauding our streets, armed and terrorizing our communities, they believe that they should be allowed to hide their faces as they patrol our streets? They believe that that's the case. Mr. Speaker, these reforms are fundamental. They are the same standards that law enforcement all across this country abide by. They protect our communities, they protect law enforcement, and they protect our basic constitutional rights. I encourage my Republican colleagues not to let their opposition to these necessary and overwhelmingly popular reforms stand in the way of funding the rest of the Department of Homeland Security, especially now as President Trump's war with Iran has put Americans at risk. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 4 minutes to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Nevada and chairman of the Homeland Security Subcommittee of the Appropriations Committee, Mr. Amadei.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you to my colleague, the ranking member on the other side. As the chairman of the Homeland Security Subcommittee, obviously I rise today in strong support of the fiscal year 2026 Homeland Security Appropriations Bill. Later today, we will vote on this bill for a second time in 2 months. It shouldn't be necessary. The committee negotiated a full-year bill on a bicameral, bipartisan basis. Our bill includes reforms like funding for body-worn cameras, negotiated amongst both sides, both houses. De-escalation training, something else that we've heard about. Democrats continue to insist on proposals which would prevent the enforcement of immigration law. So it's disappointing that we must cajole our colleagues to support this bipartisan bill once again. But here we are. The Department of Homeland Security has now been shut down for more than 3 weeks with no apparent end in sight. Let's really talk about, just for a second, why we're here. One of the biggest successes of the present administration is what they've done on the border and what they've done in terms of ending unlimited immigration from the previous administration and how they're trying to clean that up. That is a phenomenal sore spot amongst some of my colleagues. And you know what? Why are we here with this? Why are we ignoring TSA and all the stuff you're going to hear throughout this? We've got Secret Service, we've got FEMA, we've got all of these things going on, Coast Guard. Why are we ignoring all those? Because the thing that really upsets them is the success on the number one issue that this administration ran on, which was cleaning up the border. So now, when you've got some operations in the Twin Cities that are under investigation, it's like, here we go. We can fix on this, trying to take the plum so far of this administration's accomplishments. And there are many. So here we are until we get to a point where we can move on to something else and, forget the wall's still being built. There's plenty of money for operations with ICE, all of those things, but we're doing political stuff. And I get it. I understand it. I just don't understand how that gets to the top of the rail. When there's been reforms, been quiet up in the Twin Cities for a while now, there have been pivots made. So while utility bills, mortgages, car payments, and grocery bills don't stop coming because the Senate has decided to hold this bill hostage, we sit here and struggle through and hope that people can struggle through in all the other homeland areas that are on hold. So what I would tell you is this: vote yes, end the shutdown. I yield the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I yield, Mr. Speaker, 2 minutes to the gentlewoman from Minnesota, the distinguished ranking member of the Defense Subcommittee, Ms. McCollum.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Department of Homeland Security Appropriations Bill, while it fails to address the dangerous and illegal activities from DHS agents in Minnesota that we have witnessed since the operation of Metro Surge, and they're still going on. Our neighbors were racially profiled, detained without cause. Peaceful demonstrators were threatened and harassed, continue to be. American citizens were assaulted and kidnapped from their homes and even killed in our streets. Democrats are calling for common sense reforms that protect our communities and our rights. We want ICE and agent borders to follow the same rules as our local law enforcement. Identify yourself. Use your body camera. Get a real judicial warrant when you enter a home, and establish a policy clearly for use of force. When DHS agents engage in illegal or dangerous behavior, we want independent investigations to hold them accountable. I will not vote for more funding for ICE or CBC until this Congress includes those reforms, period. Republicans should allow a vote on Ranking Member Delores' bill that would separate ICE and Border Patrol and Secretary Noem's office while we negotiate real reforms. It would fund the law-abiding components of DHS, like the Coast Guard and FEMA and Cybersecurity Infrastructure Agent, known as CISA. CISA works to protect our critical infrastructure, our emergency communications, and our election systems. In Minnesota, when we learned that the hard way, when St. Paul suffered a major cyber attack last system, it took us weeks to recover. I'm puzzled by Republicans in this bill would cut $268 million from CISA. We should be increasing money for cybersecurity, not reducing it, and I urge my colleagues to vote no.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 90 seconds to my very good friend, the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Kim.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairman, for yielding. Today, we are in a battle for the safety and security of every U.S. citizen. Threats against our nation are at an all-time high. And our adversaries are actively looking for witness. And we are putting ourselves in harm's way by not carrying out the most basic function of government, protecting the homeland. This is not a political game. TSA officers are working without pay while protecting our airports. Coast Guardsmen are risking their lives at home and are active in the Persian Gulf. FEMA coordinators are operating with limited resources as we get closer to wildfire season. Federal law enforcement is securing our borders against narco-terrorists. But thanks to Democrat dysfunction, none of these patriots will see their paychecks this month. We already learned this in October. Our Homeland Security should never be used as a bargaining chip. I urge my colleagues to choose patriotism over partisanship and fund the Department of Homeland Security immediately. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Subramania.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm a little confused why we're still having this shutdown and still having this debate, because House Democrats have been very clear about what we want. We just want no more masked agents and warrantless break-ins. And we also have a bill that would fund the important parts of DHS, like FEMA and like other parts of it. But what we don't want is to be funding private planes for the secretary. And what we want is some accountability for ICE and transparency. This is what the American people want. But I want to remind us about who's actually prioritizing safety, because it's this administration that actually fired a lot of people that were cybersecurity experts. We're now in a war where cybersecurity is at the forefront. They fired a lot of people who were in counterterrorism, and now there's a 22-year-old running counterterrorism for our country, and now we're in a war with a country that specializes in terrorism. And meanwhile, Secretary Noem has spent millions on personal planes. The American taxpayers want accountability for their tax dollars, and they deserve better. I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 90 seconds to my very good friend, the distinguished gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. McKenzie.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Cole, for yielding that time. For nearly 3 weeks, the key pieces of the Department of Homeland Security have been shut down, and families face uncertainty about their paychecks. This is happening because some in this chamber are choosing to play politics at a time when the work of DHS staff is urgently needed, and despite having negotiated this bipartisan agreement themselves. Today, some DHS components are operating at limited capacity. Trainings are halted, long-term planning is paused, and only bare minimum essential services are being continued. This is not sustainable for our national security. While some have chosen to politicize this debate by exclusively focusing on ICE, this ignores the fact that DHS is responsible for a wide range of responsibilities that are essential for our national security. TSA officers stand on the front lines every single day to secure our skies, yet they're working without paychecks. The Coast Guard can fully execute marine security if they had funding, but search and rescue operations, drug interdiction missions, all of those are in jeopardy because, again, of the opposition from the other side. FEMA's disaster response and recovery efforts are scaled back as severe weather and emergencies approach. CISA, our nation's cyber defense agency, is operating at limited capacity during heightened global tensions. The Secret Service faces constraints in protecting our leaders.
An additional minute.
Gentleman's recognized.
And all of this, again, is after the other side voted in a bipartisan way, supported this effort initially, and then pulled back their support because of politics. It is despicable what we see happening going on in our budgeting process here in Congress. We should stand up right now at a time more than ever to protect the American people and protect our homeland by providing this funding. It's time to put the politics aside, support the men and women who protect our nation, prioritize that safety of the American people, and that means ending this shutdown, passing the bill, and fully restoring the operational readiness of the Department of Homeland Security. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman from Oklahoma reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
I would just say to the gentleman about who's playing politics, his words are really disingenuous. Fund my bill. Let's pay these federal employees. Let's pay them all. That's what they deserve. They are working hard. And you want to protect the American citizens? Protect them from ICE and fund the alternative and pay people who are working hard. I'd like to yield now 2 minutes to the gentleman from Maryland, the distinguished ranking member of the Financial Services and General Government Subcommittee, Mr. Hoyer.
I thank the
Gentleman's recognized.
I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Mr. Chairman, ICE agents are being paid. Border Patrol agents are being paid. The representation to the American people that somehow we've shut down the agents of ICE is not true. You can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I'm told. And the weeping and gnashing of teeth that I hear from some of your colleagues, they can fund right now, through a unanimous consent, all of the people that you are lamenting are not being paid. You have it in your power, or the Speaker has it in his power, to agree to a unanimous consent to pass the gentlelady's bill. And everybody that you're wringing your hands about, not you, sir, Mr. Speaker, through you, the hands are being wrung, are totally without merit. We will vote for, and by the way, we did not vote for the Department of Homeland Security on our side. There were 7 of us. The rest of us voted no because we didn't agree with what the Department of Homeland Security in ICE, and not TSA, not Coast Guard, not the other agencies, but ICE and CPB. We don't agree with what they're doing. But what you're doing, Mr. Speaker, on that side of the aisle, is to hold everybody else hostage for a bill that we did not vote for. So stop saying we made some deal. Our deal was to separate it out, and we were against it. That was the deal. And that's what I did. I voted for all the rest of the bills, as my side did, and I voted against Department of Homeland Security because we want what they're doing stopped to protect the American people.
Gentleman, an additional 30 seconds.
The gentleman's recognized.
So I say to my friends who keep wringing their hands like Pontius Pilate that somebody is not paying them, the people who are not paying everybody other than CPB, and who are being paid out of a huge fund that they have available to them, are the people that you will not let go. We're for funding everybody but the 2 agencies we have mentioned, and we have a difference of opinion on. Pontius Pilate
time has expired.
Could not rid himself.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentlewoman from Connecticut reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I reserve at this time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the Republican bill today has no chance. I've said it before. I'll say it again. It has no chance of becoming law. It failed before, and it will fail again. On the other hand, my bill to refund FEMA, TSA, cybersecurity, the Coast Guard, the Secret Service, and other law-abiding components of the Department of Homeland Security while negotiations continue on ICE and CBP, is the most viable path forward. It is the best way to respond to those hard-working federal employees in those agencies. If Republicans are serious about funding the vast majority of the Department of Homeland Security, as President Trump's open-ended war with Iran puts Americans at risk, they must bring it up for a vote immediately. For this reason, at the appropriate time, I will offer a motion to recommit this bill back to committee. If the House rules permitted, I would have offered the motion with an important amendment to this bill. My amendment would have replaced the text of the doomed Republican proposal with the text of my bill to fund the parts of the Department of Homeland Security over which there is no disagreement. I ask unanimous consent to insert into the record the text of this amendment, and I hope my colleagues will join me in voting for the motion to recommit.
Without objection.
I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would advise my friend I'm prepared to close whenever she is.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
And I am prepared to close as well. Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot today about the federal workers who are impacted by this lapse in funding. And I have to say, I am surprised to hear so many of my Republican colleagues suddenly express such ardent concern for the fate of federal workers. Where was this concern when President Trump and Elon Musk decimated the federal workforce last year? Where was the concern when they drove close to 1,000 cybersecurity and infrastructure security agency employees? That was 1/3 of the staff out of our nation's leading cybersecurity, the agency. Where was the outrage when President Trump proposed slashing funding for the same agency by $500 million? That was part of the president's budget. Not a peep from my Republican colleagues. Where were they when the Trump administration appointed a 22-year-old, an intern, to head the key Department of Homeland Security's counterterrorism, that office? I have no patience for the crocodile tears being shed by anyone who sat by as President Trump and Kristi Noem tried to eliminate FEMA entirely. People who said not a word when the White House hollowed out whole agencies without the consent of the Congress. They were silent when all of these things happened. Now, all of a sudden, they are ardent defenders of cybersecurity and others. It is nothing more, as I said, than political theater. This kind of selective sympathy often betrays a partisan agenda. If Republicans were serious this week, we could have funded every agency under the Department of Homeland Security, except for ICE and for CBP. And I will not vote for another dime for these agencies until we get the reforms that the American people want in stopping these agencies from terrorizing our communities. And by the way, we could have funded every agency under D except for ICE and CBP, who, by the way, and I talked to my colleagues, you're sitting on $140 billion from the one big, beautiful bill. Let's dip into those dollars and pay for these federal employees. I encourage my colleagues, vote no on what is a cynical attempt to extract more funding for lawless agencies because of a crisis that the president has created without an imminent threat. And I call on the Republican leadership to stop blocking my bill to fund the parts of the Department of Homeland Security upon which we all agree, and let's continue the negotiation, continue on the parts that we do not agree on. Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. I want to begin by thanking my very good friend, the ranking member, for participating in the debate and for working with us to get most of the government open. Quite frankly, and I want to not correct my good friend from Maryland who spoke earlier, but just provide some context. When we were in negotiations over this bill, we're in the majority in each chamber, and we asked the minority what did they need. And my friend, the ranking member, told me what she needed, and we compromised on almost every bill, all but one. And she said, and this is the form in which I would like to receive it. I think that would maximize the chances of funding most of the government. And she followed her word to the letter. And we got most of those bills through. We actually got all of those bills through because we did it. By the same token, I asked our friends, the Senate Democrats, what do you need in terms of this to be able to pass the legislation? Doesn't mean you have to agree with everything in it. It's a compromise bill. So they told us what they needed, and they wanted a package, not a separate vote, and they got exactly what they asked for and exactly what they had agreed to. Nobody got everything they wanted, but yep, this is a compromise bill. You get it to us in this form, and we can pass it. They didn't. Now, the reality is a majority of each chamber is in favor of this legislation. They were in favor of the other 5 bills, which thankfully were enacted, or we'd be in the middle of a complete government shutdown. Now, the majority of both chambers have voted for this bill. This is a case of the minority deciding to hold the majority hostage. No legislative majority is ever going to agree to that. My friends would not agree to that. I was here when we were debating the repeal of Obamacare. We adopted a similar strategy to what Senate Democrats are pursuing today. And note I said Senate Democrats. Didn't work. I didn't think it was very smart. We brought whole sections of the government out to reauthorize. We could say exactly what our friends are saying today. Well, gosh, you're not for shutting down the Department of Defense. You're not for this. You should vote for that. They didn't vote for any of it because they said they weren't going to be blackmailed, and they also said that that was nonsensical to pick and choose which of the different agencies and particular departments we would keep open. They were right about that. But they're now pursuing exactly what Republicans did and exactly what they condemned so vociferously, and I would say correctly, at the time. This is legislative blackmail, and the people that are being hurt are the people, that have nothing to do with this dispute. That are doing their jobs. The people at FEMA, the people at TSA, elements of the Coast Guard, the civilian elements of the Coast Guard. Whole ranges of things I went through in my opening statement. There's simply no justification for it. There are negotiations going on these various matters dealing with Homeland Security. Some of them are in the bill. Body cameras, excellent Democratic suggestion. 9 times out of 10, I think body cameras show the law enforcement official is almost always in the right. But on that 10th time, you certainly want to know when they're not, so you can correct that problem. Good idea. And that was a Democratic suggestion that we incorporated in the bill. Or let's have, de-escalation training, lower tensions. Good idea. That's in the bill. There were other things we tried to get in the bill that, frankly, probably ought to be done just by operations that we weren't able to succeed. But we have to have a bill that can pass both chambers and be signed by the president. Now, government and appropriations, more than any other part, is a give and take item. A process, and we negotiated almost everything very, very openly and honestly. We negotiated this bill openly and honestly. It was the Senate Democrats who, after agreeing to one thing, which, by the way, is exactly what happened in the first government shutdown, and we should look at that. How did that end up? 43 days, longest government shutdown in history. Did Democrats achieve any of their objectives? No. Now, they think they scored political points, They think it made them more popular, but did they substantially achieve anything? No. Right now, there are negotiations going on, largely involving the administration and Senate Democrats. That's fine, and I understand there's some changes being made there. We ought to allow that process to continue. We should not shut down the government. Now, this bill is substantially the same as my friend, the chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Amodei, said, is what we saw on this floor 2 months ago. But the situation is fundamentally different. We are in even more dangerous times. We can debate about that ad infinitum, but I don't think we should be debating as to whether our Homeland Security apparatus should be up, paid, operational, vigilant, and alert. This is the time of all times that should happen. And I think some of my friends on the other side, not all of them, but some of them will have changed their mind because circumstances are different. Frankly, we want to give them the opportunity to go ahead and vote that way if they have changed their mind. If they haven't, that's fine. They can go ahead and keep the department shut down. But it is at odds with everything they have stood for and preached, for many, many, many years. And in the end, I don't think it's helpful in moving the country forward or solving problems. I've never favored shutdowns. I've never argued for them. I've always argued against them, whether my party did it, and we've certainly done it, or the other side. Same thing's true now. So, Mr. Speaker, I think if we reflect, we should, in a bipartisan way, do what we did 2 months ago, pass this bill. Hopefully the Senate will have the opportunity to do the same thing. I urge my colleagues to support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. All time for debate has expired pursuant to House Resolution 1095. The previous question is ordered on the bill. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
Bill making appropriations for the Department of Homeland Security for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2026, and for other purposes.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Connecticut seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to recommit at the desk.
The clerk will report the motion.
Ms. DeLauro of Connecticut moves to recommit the bill H.R. 7744 to the Committee on Appropriations.
Pursuant to Clause 2B of Rule 19, the previous question is ordered on the motion to recommit. The question is on the motion. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion is not agreed to.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. The motion to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 1099. Adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 38 and the motion to recommit H.R. 774 and passage of H.R. 7744. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Mass, to suspend the rules and agree to House Resolution 1099, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
House Resolution 1099, resolution reaffirming Iran remains the largest state sponsor of terrorism.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and agree to the resolution? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote.
On this vote, the yeas are 372, the nays are 53, 2 recorded as present. 2/3 being the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the resolution is agreed to, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the adoption of House Concurrent Resolution 38, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the concurrent resolution.
Resolution 38, concurrent resolution directing the President, pursuant to Section 5C of the War Powers Resolution, to remove United States Armed Forces from unauthorized hostilities in the Islamic Republic of Iran.
The question is on the adoption of the concurrent resolution. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 219. The concurrent resolution is not adopted. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is a question on agreeing to the motion to recommit on H.R. 7744, offered by the gentlewoman from Connecticut, Ms. DeLauro, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will redesignate the motion.
Motion to recommit H.R. 7744, offered by Ms. DeLauro of Connecticut.
The question is on agreeing to the motion to recommit. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. this vote, the yeas are 213, the nays are 215. In this vote, the yeas are 212, the nays are 217. The motion is not adopted. The question is on the passage of the bill. Pursuant to Clause 10 of Rule 20, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their vote by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. The yeas are 221. The nays are 209. The bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose is the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that in the engrossment of H.R. 6392, the clerk be directed to make the correction I have placed on the desk.
Clerk will report.
On page 3, line 15, strike this act and insert this title.
Without objection, so ordered.
You'll give a better speech.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Oklahoma seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the clerk be authorized to make technical corrections in the engrossment of H.R. 7744 to include corrections in spelling, punctuation, section numbering, and cross-referencing, and the insertion of appropriate headings.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that I may be hereafter considered as the first sponsor of H.R. 537, Increased Housing Affordability Act, a bill originally introduced by Representative Sherrill of New Jersey, for the purposes of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
Without objection. Flying home. Am I switching? Okay. So, how do we get order? Order in the chamber. For what purposes, gentleman from New York rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House out of order.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For nearly 2 decades, Westchester's own Richard Dick Ottinger walked in these halls as a congressman and served in this chamber, representing his neighbors with insight and energy. He was first elected to the House in 1964. He left to seek a seat in the United States Senate in 1970, but returned here in 1974 to serve 10 more years. He was an early leader on environmental issues before they became commonplace, and his advocacy for the cleanup of the Hudson River benefited generations to follow. In his post-congressional years, he turned to teaching as a professor at Pace University School of Law, with a building being named in his honor. We lost Dick Ottinger on February 16th, and he joins in our memories the great House members from New York that we've recently lost, Charlie Rangel and Nita Lowey. Dick, like them, is a role model for all of us who serve here today. Please join me in a moment of silence to honor him.
Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, friends. Absolutely. I appreciate it. Okay. Thanks. Bye.
Okay. Order in the chamber. For what purpose does the gentleman from Iowa rise?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
Without objection.
Friends, I rise today to honor 6 Americans, including 2 Iowans, who gave their lives for our country. On March 1st, an Iranian drone struck a U.S. Army command center in Kuwait and killed 6 members of the 103rd Expeditionary Sustainment Command in the Army Reserve, which operates out of Fort Des Moines in Iowa, in my district. I want to speak first about these 2 young Hawkeyes. Sergeant Declan Cody of West Des Moines was only 20 years old. He was one of the youngest men in his unit, and by every account, one of the best. He trained as an IT specialist with the Army Reserves while studying cybersecurity at my alma mater, Drake University, right here in Des Moines. He was taking classes online from Kuwait while he defended our country in order to become an officer in the U.S. Army. Last week, he proudly told his father he'd been recommended for promotion from specialist to sergeant. And I'm happy to say, posthumously, he achieved that very honorable rank. With him was Major Jeffrey O'Brien, 45, of Waukee and before Indianola, Iowa, a senior officer in the same unit who spent decades in service. He gave his life keeping our forces in Kuwait safe and Americans at home guarded. I want to say the name of every one of our fallen, because every family represented here today amongst my colleagues from each state where they grew, lived, and served honor this nation in our moment of national heartbreak. Sergeant First Class Nicole Armour, 39, of White Bear Lake, Minnesota. Captain Cody Hork, 35, of Winter Haven, Florida. Sergeant First Class Noah Tijens, 42, of Bellevue, Nebraska. And Chief Warrant Officer 3, Robert Marzan, 54, of Sacramento, California. Out of grief, we renew our resolve. Out of loss, we strengthen our unity. And out of sacrifice, we carry forward an obligation to the families, to the survivors, to our nation, to every man and woman still standing the post today. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully ask the House now observe a moment of silence in honor of our fallen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is easy to criticize anti-Semitism when it happens on the other side. It is more difficult to address it when it happens on your own. It was not enough for Tucker Carlson to a few days ago say every Jew should have to do a DNA test to prove that they were Jewish. It was not enough for him to say that a terrorist should be able to kill us if they are under 18 years old. But yesterday, Tucker Carlson attacked perhaps the best, the most good group of Jews that are out there, a group of people who see their job to evangelize not other Jews, but Jews themselves, Chabad, a group that no one ever has anything bad to say about because they care about everyone. I wear a kippah from UF Chabad today in honor of them. We have a cancer in this country. It is anti-Semitism, and Tucker Carlson represents it. He is many things, but one thing President Trump and I agree on is he is certainly not MAGA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Pennsylvania seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Trump has launched us into a war of choice with Iran, with no clear explanation, yet we know some of the consequences. 6 U.S. service members have been killed, dozens injured. More than 40,000 of our troops, including hundreds of Pennsylvanians, are at risk. Thousands of American citizens stranded. I do not mourn the loss of Ayatollah Khomeini, yet I am gravely concerned about the danger and destruction that Mr. Trump has unleashed in the Middle East. Abraham Lincoln wrote that our founders resolved to so frame the Constitution that no one man should hold the power to bring oppression of war upon our nation. That power lies with Congress because we are closest to the people, and it is why I voted today in favor of the War Powers Resolution. Mr. Speaker, I lift the names of our fallen soldiers just as our colleagues did a moment ago. I lift their names in prayer. Captain Cody Cork, Sergeant First Class Nicole Amar, Sergeant First Class Noah Tegens, Sergeant Declan Cody, Major Jeffrey O'Brien, Chief Warrant Officer Robert Marzan. God bless them. God bless their families. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is now recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize Ezra and Cleo Teeters from Waverly, Ohio. Ezra and Cleo represent an extraordinary love story that spans more than 8 decades. Ezra and Cleo met as children growing up in the same neighborhood and sharing the same bus ride. Their life has been full of love and amazing memories, as together they have 1 son, 2 grandchildren, and 1 great-grandchild. Their marriage began in the middle of a snowstorm during the Christmas season of 1945 when Ezra was on leave from his service in the Army in World War II. Ezra and Cleo drove across the Ohio border into Kentucky to get married at the age of 19. Ezra and Cleo kept this secret, telling everyone they were going to Christmas shopping, but really they were going to get married. This year, both Ezra and Cleo will celebrate their 100th birthdays. I wish them continued health and congratulate them on their amazing life that they have shared together over the past 8 decades. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Arizona seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is now recognized for 1 minute.
As we begin Women's History Month, I rise to recognize a true leader from Southern Arizona, Deanna Lewis. In 1984, Deanna became the first woman and the first Black woman to serve in the Tucson Fire Department. In a profession where few women had previously worked, she stepped forward anyway, not to make history, but to protect and care for her community. Over a 20-year career in the fire departments of both Tucson and Tubac, Deanna demonstrated strength, integrity, and a deep commitment to Southern Arizona families. Because of her, more women now see themselves in uniform, in leadership, and in public service. This Women's History Month, we honor Deanna Lewis for her trailblazing leadership and recommit ourselves to building a future where every young woman, whether she dreams of fighting fires or serving in the halls of Congress, knows there is a place for her. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to recognize and congratulate Jen Womack of Newcastle, Wyoming, for being named the 2025 Person of the Year by the Newsletter Journal. Jen has long been a cornerstone of both her Newcastle community and our state. You may know her name from her time diligently reporting for the Wyoming Livestock Roundup, the extensive work she has done to document history in both Converse County and the history of the origins of the Pathfinder Ranch, or from the impact she made on so many of our young people during her time leading the Wyoming FFA Foundation. She has now opened 2 thriving small businesses on Main Street in Newcastle and has established a community support fund called the Sunshine Fund. Jen is like a rising tide who lifts her community and her neighbors. She represents all that is great about the Cowboy State and truly embodies the tight-knit community spirit found across Wyoming. Please join me in recognizing and celebrating the accomplishments of Newcastle, Wyoming's Jen Womack, and I yield back.
For what purposes the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Much has been said about the president's war in Iran. He has not made the case clear to the American people about what he is looking to achieve. Regime change from the air may be unlikely and may result in a more extreme, hostile, and dangerous regime than existed before. All of that is true. But what's truly unacceptable is the cost, both in American blood and American treasure. We don't know yet the cost of the war, but by some estimates, as much as $1 billion a day. The president has said 4 to 6 weeks, and that translates to $28 to $42 billion. I've heard even more alarming reports from senior DOD officials earlier today. That money won't be spent on lowering working Americans' grocery bills, prescription drugs, and gas at the pump. But the most horrifying cost is the 6 Americans who have been killed, including one who was a constituent that lived in Spotsylvania County, Virginia. And yesterday, the Secretary of Defense said it's tragic news that is reported because the press only wants to make the president look bad. That's outrageous and beyond the pale. This is not about the president. It's not about the secretary. It's about the service members. The American people are deeply concerned about our sons and daughters and are dying in a war that just 27% support. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from the Hoosier State of Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor the life of legendary college football coach Lou Holtz, who passed away this week at the age of 89. Over a truly remarkable 33-year coaching career, Coach Holtz won 249 games at football programs across the country. Most of all, Coach Holtz is best remembered for restoring Notre Dame football to greatness. In 1988, he guided the Fighting Irish to a perfect 12-0 season in a national championship, cementing his place among the greatest leaders in the history of college football. But Coach Holtz's legacy goes far beyond wins and championships. He was known for his faith, his commitment to protecting life, and his ability to inspire young men to strive for excellence on and off the field. He was also an honorary trustee at Trine University in my district. From humble beginnings in West Virginia to the College Football Hall of Fame, Lou Holtz embodied perseverance, discipline, and leadership. Today, we remember a legendary coach who shaped the game of college football and the lives of countless players. May he rest in peace. I yield back.
For what purpose does a gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with grave concerns about President Trump's unwarranted and unconstitutional war of choice on Iran. Only Congress has the authority to declare war. The president does not have the power to send our nation to war unilaterally. We are now in an escalating conflict that the American people do not want and that Congress did not authorize. Senior Trump administration officials have failed to provide significant evidence of an imminent threat to justify this attack, and there is no consensus on when it will end. What is their plan to prevent further loss of American service members? What will stop our country from being pulled into another protracted conflict in the Middle East? And how much will it cost? This is why I just voted for a war powers resolution to curb President Trump's use of military force in Iran and protect American lives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Colorado seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize a true gem of the Colorado Springs region, the Pikes Peak International Hill Climb, otherwise known around the world as the Race to the Clouds. Founded by entrepreneur and philanthropist Spencer Penrose over 100 years ago, it's grown exponentially from its beginnings, being the second oldest auto race in America and one of the most iconic motorsports events. Many racing legends have pushed the limits of their automobiles to take on the hill climb, which course includes 156 turns to the top of America's mountain and a finishing elevation of 14,115 feet above sea level. Even today, it draws competitors, media, and fans from around the world, highlighting Colorado Springs as a premier destination for outdoor recreation, innovation, and international sport. Mr. Speaker, I ask that you join me in celebrating 104 years of remarkable tradition at Pikes Peak. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Minnesota seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor the remarkable career and accomplishments of Minneapolis journalist Epstein, founder and editor of Southside Pride. For over 55 years, Mr. Feline worked to encourage civic debate and uplift local voices through community news. After working as a journalist, college professor, and a Minneapolis City Council member, Ed started Southside Pride in 1991, a free monthly newspaper publishing community news for Phillips, Powderhorn, Riverside, and Seward neighborhoods. For 35 years, Ed and his team have kept Southsiders informed with reliable and informative news covering the breadth of topics from local events to international conflicts. While we will miss their reporting, we congratulate Ed and the staff of Southside Pride on their journalistic accomplishments and wish Ed well in his retirement. Thank you, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Texas seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate North Texan Hannah Bilka of the U.S. women's hockey team for winning gold at the 2026 Milan Olympics. Hannah grew up in Coppell, Texas, where she began skating with local hockey clubs at a young age. She graduated from Coppell Middle School North and completed 9th grade at New Tech High School before moving to pursue more opportunities in competitive hockey. At just 24 years old, Hannah competed on the world stage against rival Team Canada in the Olympic final. Her talent and sportsmanship were on full display in Milan this year, where she scored 4 goals over 7 games and helped lead Team USA throughout the tournament and on to a gold medal victory. Her journey from local rinks in North Texas to Olympic champion is inspiring to many young Olympics and many young athletes across the Lone Star State. Thank you, Hannah, for representing North Texas and the United States in such an incredible way. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The guarantee of free and fair elections is the very bedrock of our democracy. However, from the moment this term began, there's been made every effort to subvert the electoral process for political gain. We continue to hear the big lie about the 2020 election and pressure lawmakers across the country to redraw congressional districts for political purposes. We saw insurrectionists pardoned. Most recently, there's a call for this party to nationalize voting in the United States. That is why this week I introduced the POINT Act, because our elections must remain insulated from bad faith actors who seek to undermine the will of the voters. This bill would prohibit the president and senior members of his administration from knowingly engaging in election interference or using federal resources to interfere with an election. It prohibits the deployment of our military and federal officers if such is likely to disrupt an election. Postal confiscation of all mail ballots, ICE or National Guard looming at the polls. It's imperative we strengthen the guardrails of our democracy against anyone who seeks to abuse power.
The gentleman's
for
time has
political
expired.
gain. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Judge Patrick Shepard for his recent appointment to the State Court of Spalding County, filling a vacancy created by Georgia State House Bill 798. Previously, Judge Shepard served as Solicitor General of Spalding County, where he prosecuted misdemeanor cases in the Spalding County State Court. Shepard was also a partner in the Shepard Law Offices, where he practiced with his father. He represented clients in civil litigation, criminal defense, personal injury, and estate matters. Shepard earned a bachelor's degree in political science from the University of Georgia, Go Dogs, in 2005, and his Juris Doctor from Mercer University School of Law in 2009. He is a lifelong resident of Spalding County with deep ties to the community through the Spalding County Bar Association, the First Baptist Church, and the Griffin Exchange Club. Judge Shepard and his wife, Robin, have 2 daughters and live in Griffin, Georgia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Alberto Gutierrez Reyes died at ICE's Adelanto holding facility recently, allegedly because of a lack of access to medical care for chronic conditions. I visited this facility just weeks ago and was prevented from speaking with the detainees to verify the claims made by ICE staff that they were adequately taking care of the detainees' medical issues. This is despite the law and courts clearly giving members of Congress explicit oversight authorities. I will be returning to Adelanto and demanding answers from the agency that has billions of dollars to quote-unquote protect the homeland, but could not provide basic medical care for someone who was in their custody. Until there is justice for Alberto's family and the other families impacted by ICE's brutality and recklessness, I will be voting no on any new funding for ICE or CBP. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Thank you. I'd like to ask make a unanimous request to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Obviously, the Department of Homeland Security has been in the paper a lot lately. I want to remind people of these facts. We are already letting in about 800,000 people every year legally in this country. Which is an all-time high by a mile. We already have 1/6 of the people who are born in this country, or 1/6 of the people in this country are born in another country, which is also an all-time high. We are already letting in 500,000 people every year on work visas. Perhaps that should be higher, but you add up those last 3 numbers, and it tells you we are not in desperate need of letting more people in this country. There are people who only want to kick out people who have a criminal record. First of all, that would be very unfair to the people who obeyed the law to come here. Secondly, it means we may be letting in hardworking people, but people who don't share our values. Third, it means you're driving up housing costs. And fourth, it means America will become more crowded. And I'm old enough to remember when all good environmentalists did not want a lot of immigrants here because they wanted a more natural state. But in any event, these are things we should remember when discussing immigration. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Charlie McAvoy, a proud native of Long Beach and New York 4, on representing the United States at the 2026 Winter Olympics and bringing home a gold medal as a member of the men's ice hockey team. Charlie's journey from local ranks to the very top of the Olympic podium is a powerful testament to the talent, the dedication, and discipline. His success stands as a model for aspiring athletes not only across Long Island, but across our country. Charlie's story sends a clear and inspiring message. Greatness can grow from our neighborhoods, our schools, and our hometown arenas. With hard work, resilience, and belief in yourself, dreams that begin at home can carry you to the highest stages in the world. On behalf of Long Island, I extend our heartfelt congratulations to Charlie and his family. We thank you for representing our community and our country. May your achievement remain a source of pride for Long Islanders and an inspiration for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
I rise today to address the House, and my first time addressing the House, to honor my predecessor, the late, great Sylvester Turner. Our congressman, a Houstonian through and through. He was a public servant who served with honor and integrity. He was a father and a grandfather, and he was the mayor of our phenomenal city. During his time as mayor, he led us through multiple natural disasters. He ensured that we had diversity and access to our government, and he fought for voting rights. The late congressman left big shoes to fill, but I intend to fill them, and I know that my colleagues on the Democratic side will do so as well by fighting for voting rights legislation that ensures that every single person has fair access to the ballot box. Today, I'm here to honor our late Congressman Sylvester Turner. May we fight for voting rights, and Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition. Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate General Kazimierz Pulaski Day, which took place earlier this week, honoring his enduring legacy of service to our nation when it was very young. He was a native son of Poland, and he became a hero in the American Revolution. He brought to our shores an unshakable love of liberty and military courage. On the battlefields of our revolution, Pulaski's strategic brilliance and bravery helped forge what would become the American cavalry. He shed his blood for a nation not yet his own, proving that the cause of liberty knows no borders. We are proud to honor the deep bonds between the United States and Poland. It is an alliance rooted in shared sacrifice and shared democratic values. My fellow co-chairs of the Congressional Poland Caucus and other members of this chamber have introduced a resolution honoring 250 years of Polish-American relations. May Pulaski's timeless example continue to inspire us to defend freedom wherever it is threatened, to remain steadfast partners in its cause. Onward, together, for your freedom and ours. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Rhode Island seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, Rhode Islanders are struggling with Trump's affordability crisis. Yet, instead of focusing on the needs of the American people, Trump started a war of choice with Iran. Now 6 American service members are dead, thousands of Americans are stranded, and the risk of a wider war is growing, all while spending $1 billion a day of your taxpayer dollars. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and the Iranian people deserve self-determination, but starting a war without a vote in Congress is not a strategy. It is reckless. Trump has offered no clear objective, no day-after plan or endgame, and our Constitution is clear. Congress decides when we go to war. I voted yes on the War Powers Resolution to stop Trump from further destabilizing the Middle East, to prevent more casualties, and to stop this madness. One man should not be able to drag America into another foreign war, and we must keep fighting to stop these actions that are leaving Americans and the world less safe at a major cost to all of us. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Ohio seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize the recipients of the 2026 Women's History Project Woman of the Year Awards as Ohio's 13th Congressional District's Champions of the Week. This month, the Women's History Project Committee will honor 8 women from Summit County for their contributions to the community, aligning with the 2026 theme of Leading the Change, Women Shaping a Sustainable Future. One of these inspiring women is Katanya Ford, a constituent advocate in my Akron office. She is receiving the Woman to Watch Award, which is given to a woman under the age of 30 who has already shown potential for making lasting contributions to her community, state, or country. And trust me, she is more than deserving. Other award recipients include Sarah Abood, who will receive the Initiative Award, Laura Davis, who will receive the Perseverance Award, Lily Jackson, who will receive the Pioneer Award, Lois Matney, who will receive the Inspiration Award, Miriam Ray, who will receive the Imagination Award, Kathy Rest, who will receive the Faith Award, and Jane Startzman, who will receive the Creativity Award. Thank you to these phenomenal women for leading the way and providing such an impressive example. It is everyday citizens doing remarkable things who help make our community the birthplace of champions. Recipients of the 2026 Women's History Project Woman of the Year Awards are certainly champions in their own right who have made Summit County and Ohio's 13th Congressional District proud. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Consent to address the House.
Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the grieving families of the service members killed. I rise on behalf of the little girls in Iran killed by bombs raining down on their schools. Constituents in my district are horrified to see the United States and Israel launch a war with Iran that has already spread to a dozen more countries. Parents are clutching their young sons as they remember stories from their grandparents about the boys sacrificed to the draft. They see the baby girls in Iran, their small bodies decimated as their own daughters. Mr. Speaker, I implore my colleagues, when a nation loses care and concern for children, all the children, a nation becomes irredeemable. The children of the world are all of ours, always. Small men wage endless wars because they are looking to profit. They believe their privilege and connections will shelter their own children from the frontline horrors of war, but our destinies are tied, Mr. Speaker. We rise and fall together. Trump has no plan of how many lives will be sacrificed before it is enough. We will not tolerate his callous disregard for human life. End this war now. I yield. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Can we lift this up a little bit? Perfect. That's great.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. This is Women's History Month, and I rise to introduce my constituent of the week. Her name is Alyssa Liu. 20 years old, raised in Oakland, educated in Oakland, and trained in Oakland. 2 weeks ago, in Milan, Alyssa brought home 2 Olympic gold medals to the United States of America. The first American woman on the top of that podium in 24 years. She walked away from skating at 16 and came back on her own terms. Her father fled China after Tiananmen Square, arrived in Oakland with nothing, worked his way through law school, and has raised 5 children on his own. He brought her to the ice at just 5 years old, and she took it from there. Watch her skate, and you see something extremely rare. Not just excellence, but joy and clarity. A young woman so completely herself, an Olympic arena becomes a place of joy and freedom. That is an American hero, not despite where she came from, but because of it. Oakland is proud, Alyssa Liu. We honor you today. Thank you, sir.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, is recognized for 60 minutes as the of the minority leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise, and still I rise. And I rise today, Mr. Speaker, a liberated, unbought, unbossed, unafraid Democrat. I rise, Mr. Speaker, after having been censured but not silenced. censured but not silenced. Yes, I am that person who chooses to take on some of the great social injustices of our time. And there are times when taking on these injustices necessitates that we take action right here in this chamber. And I'm proud of the things that I have done to call to the attention not only of the Congress, not only of this country, but to the attention of the world, some of the injustices taking place in my country. Quite frankly, the country that I love because of what it stands for in its great documents, liberty and justice for all, as extolled in the Pledge of Allegiance. Yes, I sometimes have to take difficult positions. And when I do, I sometimes have to face difficult consequences. But I do so, and still I rise, Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And today, Mr. Speaker, I rise to address corruption within the Trump administration, corruption within the Trump family, corruption within Trump politics, and I want to show how this corruption is encroaching upon something that is very sacred in this institution. So let me start now, Mr. Speaker, with corruption within the Trump family. Within the Trump family. Mr. Speaker, I had the preeminent privilege of being a part of a hearing today in financial services. And this hearing had to do with fraud being perpetrated. Well, I want to talk about corruption being perpetrated. And I spoke about this at the hearing today, and I shall revisit some of these things that I called to the attention of the public at the hearing today. The first is a news article. It is styled, "Trump Meme Coin Down 96% as Bitcoin and Meme Coin Slide." This is the Trump meme coin. This article is dated February 9th, 2026. And I shall read excerpts. It reads in part this: last February, the coin market's capitalization stood at $3.5 billion. We're talking about now the Trump meme coin. $3.5 billion. Already well below its $14.5 billion peak on the eve of his second inauguration. When the Trump administration took on the task of being president again, which I regret occurred, to be quite candid with you, but when it did, it also, at the same time, by and through Trump, the person, introduced a meme coin. That meme coin stood capitalized at $3.5 billion. Well, this is $14.5 billion at its peak. $3.5 billion later, at its peak, 14.5. Today, it has fallen to $1.78 billion. To repeat, so as to allow people to completely understand, initially, it was capitalized at $3.5 billion. It then made an upward move to $14.5 billion. This was at its peak. And today, this is following February the 9th, it fell to $1.78 billion. Why is this important? Why is it important for me to call this article to your attention? Because there is something called pump and dump. Pump and dump. This is where clever people will create something such as a meme coin, and they will instantly start to put money into it. But they use famous people, And in using these famous people, this name identification in and of itself brings credibility to the product that they're placing in the market. And that credibility causes the product to move rapidly in its value. It goes up. And as it goes up, the people who are pumping it, they then find reason at some point to take out their profits. They take out their profits. They pump it, and then they dump it, meaning they get rid of the product. They no longer want it. And when they dump it at its zenith, they take out great profits. They make not only millions, but billions. They remove the profits. Let me read on. The indication is a large-scale pump and dump scheme involving at least 15 cryptocurrencies, including the $ millennia, that is the currency of the president's wife, whom I have great respect for, by the way. I really do. I have met her and found her to be a very pleasant lady, but I've observed her from afar, and I have great respect for her. The complaint alleged that First Lady Melania Trump was used as a window dressing for a crime engineered by other persons. But the point is this: engineered by other persons, but the Trump family made large sums of money as a result. In fact, I have a second article that is styled Melania Trump's Mean Coin Architects Accused of Pump and Dump Fraud. Pump and Dump Fraud in a lawsuit. This one is dated October 23rd, 2025, and it's from The Guardian. And I would beg that people would peruse these at your leisure so that you might acquire additional intelligence about the articles that I'm calling to your attention. This one says the $ millennia coins were released for just a few cents each on 19 January, the day before Donald Trump was inaugurated as U.S. president. Day before he becomes president, the coin is released. And then, within hours, this coin price soared to 13.73. Went from a value of a few cents, just a few cents, to $13.73, $13.73. However, it then collapsed almost as quickly and is now only worth about 10 cents. Went from pennies to $13.73, collapsed less than 10 cents, about 10 cents. And that is less than 1% of its peak price. This coin traded at a peak of $45.47 and now goes for $5.79. The article also indicates that the Trump family has pocketed more than $1 billion in pre-tax profits from several cryptocurrency-related products and companies over the past 12 months. 12 months pocketed more than $1 billion in pre-tax profits. Pumping and dumping, allowing consumers to be left holding the bag. Many people who assume that because the president's name is associated with it, or a family member of the president is associated with it, they assume that it's credible. And then they do incredible things. They just buy into it because they assume that the name itself gives it the credibility that will cause them to make large sums of money. Well, some people do make large sums of money. These are the people that introduce these coins. These are the people that pump them up. And these are the people who take their profits right off the top at the zenith of the market for the coin. This kind of scam, this kind of scheme is something that we should not tolerate emanating from the highest office in the land. The President of the United States is in the business of performing what I call a hustle of the country itself, of the market itself. The President uses all sorts of scams to make money based upon the fact that he is the President of the United States and his name should bring some sort of credibility to products that other people will buy into and lose money. I regret that this happens, and the best way for us to stop it right now, immediately, is for people to understand that the President's name is not worth what it appears to be worth. And people should not buy into these scams simply because the President associates his name with it. At some point, the President and family members will take their money out, and when that happens, the dumping starts. And when the dumping starts, those consumers who bought in good faith end up losing money. Pump and dump. Raise the price, sell, dump, and leave others holding the bag. They take the profits. But this kind of corruption is not limited to just the family of the President. Just today, the Secretary of Homeland Security, Secretary Nome, has been relieved of duty. Good reason why. Just today, I spoke about this at the Financial Services hearing when we talked about this corruption. Good reason why. Here's an article styled, "Firm Tied to Kristi Nome Secretly Got Money from 220 Million DHS Ad Contracts." This is indicating that the Secretary had these contracts within the purview of her jurisdiction, and that there were ad companies that were advertising on behalf of the federal government. These ad companies received some $220 million in DHS contracts. Now, well, maybe that's not all bad. Ad companies make money. Ad companies should make money when they perform a service, a worthy service. But there's something about this contract and some of these that are a little bit different. By the way, this article is dated November 14th, 2025. November 14th, 2025, ProPublica is the publisher. And I would like to read just a bit more about this before I go on. This contract, let's read. Advertising firms make money by taking an often hefty commission. Federal records show the contracts have gone to two firms. We're talking about the Secretary now and her contracts that were let under the jurisdiction of her office on her watch. The contracts have gone to two firms. One, a Republican ad company in Louisiana called People Who Think, which has been awarded $77 million. That's not the bad news. But the majority of the money, $143 million, I repeat for emphasis, $143 million has gone to a mysterious LLC in Delaware. The company was created just days before it was awarded the deal. Days before receiving a $143 million contract, a mysterious LLC was created in Delaware. $143 million. Friends, if it really walks like, looks like, and quacks like a corrupt duck, then that's probably what it is. And that's what this is, $143 million, just created company. Well, the President and Ms. Nome have had a little bit of a disagreement about this, it seems. President denies any association with this, as he always does. My speculation is Ms. Noem is correct when she gives the indication that the White House approved of what she was doing. And of course, the president, he doesn't know anything about anything at all associated with some sort of corrupt activity that he might be aligned with. And in this case, Ms. Noem is the person who's going to take the fall. She's been removed from her position. By the way, there were articles of impeachment filed against her. I'm one of the persons who signed on to them and believe that she should have been impeached. She has been moved now to some other position, but I think that Ms. Noem should be removed from the government, from the offices of the government. The good offices should not have Ms. Noem associated with them after this incident with the contracts, but more important than this is about money. I think that what has happened with human lives that have been lost, innocent persons, 2 people, American citizens, 2 people, unarmed, 2 people participating in peaceful protest, 2 people who have lost their lives. These people have families that are still in mourning. And the president and Ms. Noem, they just move on, go on to the next big scam, scheme, the next big thing that the president does that's questionable. For example, going to war without conferring with Congress, deciding that on his own volition, he can just take nuclear-powered aircraft carriers into a position off of the coast of a country, engage in gunboat diplomacy, and then after he concludes that the diplomacy has not succeeded, simply decide he's going to go to war, and so much as say it. And then we decide we here in Congress are going to take up the cause of being Congress people, the cause of the Constitution, which accords the power to go to war conferred upon the Congress, placed within the hands of the Congress. Each member of Congress will have a voice and a vote. When we decide we are going to take up this challenge and say to the president, you can't do this. This is wrong, and it has to stop. Well, my Republican colleagues will cover, and they do a good job of allowing the very power that has been accorded them, placed and entrusted to them in the Constitution of the United States of America. They now delegate that to the president, even when it is in contravention of the Constitution. And it is, because there was no imminent threat to this country from Iran. No imminent threat, which is one of the reasons why I voted against this resolution 1099, I believe is the number for it, because it had in there that Iran is a threat to the United States. Iran is not a threat to us. We are a superpower. Iran is not capable of harming us. But then they say, well, in 10 years they could. Well, in 10 years, a lot of other things can happen. But I don't think we should simply go to war because someone says to us that Iran is a threat to us when we know better. We know better. Our intelligence would tell you better. Iran is just not a threat to the United States of America. And as such, I don't think we should be at war with a country that is not an imminent threat. Not an imminent threat to the United States of America. Iran is not an imminent threat to the United States of America. So we shouldn't be at war with Iran. I voted today for the War Powers Resolution, the Connor Resolution, a resolution sponsored by 2 members of Congress. I mentioned Connor. But this resolution is a resolution that we should respect, and we should make sure that history shows where we stood in such a time as this when the resolution was presented to us on the floor. I absolutely believe that if there is an imminent threat, then we can allow the president to have certain latitude. But without that, it should not be done. So I want to thank Massey, Representative Massey, and Representative Connor. Massey was a lead, I believe, and Connor was there with him. I thank them both for what they've done to bring this to the floor, and I regret that the resolution did not pass. Moving on to the Trump politics, the corruption in politics. The corruption in politics emanates from the president having decided that he will simply take, in mid-decade, congressional seats from various states wherein Republicans have the ability to do this because Democrats happen to have seats that are coalition seats where different groups have joined together and they're electing representation of their choice. Well, the president said that down in Texas, let's take 5 seats from the Democrats and award them to the Republicans. And the governor of the state of Texas, being the loyalist that he is to the president, complied completely, totally, and absolutely as best as he could. I'm not sure that he will succeed when the final bell rings on election night in November. I'm just not sure, but they've made every effort to do what the president has demanded, being the loyalists that they are in Texas, the attorney general, the governor of the state. And as a result, these seats were removed. 5 seats, one of them in Houston, when the 9th Congressional District and the 18th Congressional Districts were combined, meaning one less seat in Houston, Texas, on the Democratic side. And when this was done, it created mass confusion, unbelievable confusion. And there were people who were prognosticating all kinds of things. People were saying that certain members were not going to be returning. And all of this prognostication has been, unfortunately, derailed because the persons who were engaged in it didn't quite succeed like they thought they would. And they won't succeed like they think they will. It's amazing how this corruption now brings in the crypto industry. The crypto industry has decided that they are going to target people around the country, spending not $1 million, but millions of dollars. The crypto industry would, if they could, control the Congress of the United States of America. I am one of the people standing in their way. I will continue to stand in their way. They graded me out and I got an F. I am as proud of that F as I am of any A I've ever received in life. I'm very proud to say that the crypto industry does not find favor with me. They believe that those who receive A's from them should be rewarded by eliminating the opposition in Congress that is to them, the opposition to them in Congress. So the crypto industry is on a roll now. They're going to go around the country, going to buy congressional seats, and that's what they're doing. They buy congressional seats. They buy a reputation for people who are running on their side of the ledger, and they then spend just millions of dollars on ads to try to remove people who are antithetical to what they're doing with their crypto program, the program which entails as little regulation as possible. The best use of crypto right now, cryptocurrency, seems to be that of allowing those who are engaging in blackmail and extortion to move large sums of money. Move large sums of money without it being traced. There are billionaires who would love and are enjoying knowing that they can move large sums of money without it being traced, because these large sums of money can be used for nefarious purposes, or they can be used for evasive purposes, evading taxes. Large sums of money, unregulated, because it can just move from one person to another in a flash. Blockchain technology is a wonderful thing. But the problem that we have is, and the thing that I consider a problem for this country, is the impact that crypto may have on the dollar and the fact that these dollars do not move through a central bank, meaning from one person through a central bank to another person. At some point, we will find that cryptocurrency can be used to fund nefarious operations against this country. But how do you prove it right away when the money moves from one person to another without going through a central bank? Well, I want to see this regulated. I do. And I'm going to continue to want to see it regulated, and I'm going to continue to fight to have it regulated. This is something that I believe is going to injure our interest rates when we borrow from other countries if it has an adverse impact upon the dollar. The dollar is the reserve currency of choice across the globe, meaning countries hold dollars in reserve in their coffers. This is something for us to cherish and to protect the dollar as a reserve currency. Well, there are some people who are trying to knock the dollar out of this place. There's a war for currency supremacy. And in so doing, the dollar, if it is diminished in some way, our interest rates could go up. So we've got to be careful in terms of having the supremacy of the dollar continue. Cryptocurrency could conceivably have an impact on the dollar. I've had some to tell me that it can, and they're concerned about it. These are experts. My hope is this, that we will wake up and understand what is happening with the cryptocurrency purveyors, the people who want to take control of Congress. Anyone who is antithetical to them, they're willing to spend millions, untold millions, to remove people from office. And we have to take a stand against this. I will take that stand. There are many who will stand with them, but in doing this, something else is occurring. When they can take the congressional seats by drawing lines and simply taking them, and then if they can take them by using cryptocurrency, and these are friends of the president. They're friends of the president. They're all in this together, the current president with the cryptocurrency persons who would desire to control Congress, as the president would desire to control it, and for the most part, right now, he does. Well, these people, when they use this cryptocurrency, they're using it to take away seniority. Seniority. They want to get rid of senior members of Congress, and they're using their crypto dollars. They're really American dollars, but they're using this money to remove people from office, and they're going after senior leadership in Congress. Now, senior leadership is important in Congress. Senior leadership means that persons have been here, they've served, and they understand much of how this great institution functions, and they understand also how to get things done efficaciously. But there's something more important than all of this as it relates to senior leadership. If we decide that seniority no longer has any merit in the Congress of the United States of America, and that's the direction we're moving in, if we decide that seniority no longer has any merit in the Congress of the United States of America, money will rule. And when money rules, many persons will lose. A good many of them will be people who just don't have access to billionaires, millionaires, people who are exceedingly wealthy, who can fund their campaigns. And these campaigns are being funded. There are people who will say, well, I don't take money from corporate America. I don't take corporate dollars. Well, no, you don't. But you got the the money from these corporations in these independent expenditure accounts that are actually funding the campaign. So that is a clever way to avoid saying you're getting the money into your campaign, although it benefits your campaign. So these companies, they're spreading this money out in huge amounts to benefit campaigns. And they're taking people out, the seniority out. So seniority matters. It does in Congress. And if we allow this to occur, the seniority, the means by which some people move up, if it no longer exists, then money will rule. And if money rules, we will lose. We cannot allow money to dominate more than it does currently, because it already has an outsized influence. But if we allow money to take complete control, no seniority, I assure you, then people who just don't have access to the billionaires, the multimillionaires, the very wealthy, they will not have access to Congress. Then people who look to certain people to bring up issues that are important to them will get them not as a primary consideration, not as a secondary consideration, not as a tertiary consideration. I'm not sure where they would rank in the hierarchy of considerations, maybe quaternary, I don't know, but I do know that they won't be primary. And as a result, what happens to people who are here championing the cause of the very poor, the people who believe that Social Security is an investment, not simply an entitlement, the people who believe that there ought to be Medicaid for people who cannot afford insurance and who are living sometimes in the streets of life, the people who understand that Medicare is something we have to protect because the insurance companies don't want you after you become a certain age. There are people here who fight for these things. That fight can be minimized. And don't you think for 1 second that there are not people who wouldn't take that money that is now in Social Security in the government's hands and put it in the stock market. There has already been efforts to tamper with Social Security. I stand and fight for these things: Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid. I have a history and a track record of fighting for these things. And we fight and we win. We win because you still have these programs. If we had lost the fight, you wouldn't have Social Security as you know it now. Texas was offered $100 billion for Medicaid expansion and rejected $100 billion. Texas did, and we have to fight to get these things done. And that fight will be limited to people who are wealthy in and of their own right and can afford to take on the crypto giants, can afford to take on the very wealthy. It would be fights among the very wealthy and the puppets of the very wealthy. And when that happens, this country is going to be a country that can no longer say that it stands for liberty and justice for all. How can it be justice for all if poor people who need health care can't get it? How can it be justice for all if Social Security is minimized or placed in the stock market and is subject to the whims of the market? No. The system that we have is a tried and proven system that works well. So we have to protect it. And we have to protect it from the crypto corruption that is finding its way into Congress to take out senior leadership and to destroy the system by which persons get there after having served for some time and being a senior person in line to have the opportunity to serve as a leader. That's pretty important for people who don't know millionaires and billionaires. So finally, I think it appropriate to talk about not only how the corruption has permeated the Congress and how the corruption is right before our eyes in the stock market where pumping and dumping is taking place, how the corruption is taking place as it relates to persons who simply are trying their very best to engage in the process of buying and selling stocks, but find themselves on the losing end. All of this corruption is taking place before our eyes, and we have to do something about it. And I think that the best way to do something about a thing is to go to the root of it, the root cause. What is it that is at the very essence of the thing? Well, this corruption is aided and abetted by a president of the United States of America who's engaged in the corruption and the skimming and scamming in the stock market. He is president who would take seats from one side and award them to another side just to maintain power, to make sure that he stays in office. He said as much that he's afraid we'll impeach him, and he's right. This president, he's at the root cause of this. If you look around the world, you see all of the turmoil that he's creating around the globe, across the globe, using the military at a whim. He's taken on certain things that we just never expected a president to do. We always thought presidents would have a certain amount of dignity, a certain amount of decorum, a certain amount of principle. This man has no principles. He does whatever he chooses when he chooses. and he knows that he's got the backing of a Congress, that would be the House and the Senate on the Republican side, not the Democrats, and he has, to a certain extent, the backing of certain people on the courts that are loyal to him. I regret to see all of this happening, but I do know this. There is a solution that the Constitution has given us here in the House of Representatives and in the United States Senate. This is why this was instilled in the Constitution, this remedy that I'm calling to your attention. It was put there for a time such as this and a president such as Trump. This is why it's there. This is why we should use it, so that we would honor the framers of the Constitution and their infinite wisdom in understanding that when someone is placing himself above and beyond the law and being aided and abetted in the process, then there has to be a means by which that person can be dealt with. And it is political. It is intentionally political. The process is political. The process is such that you can bring that person before the bar of justice right here in the House of Representatives. And when that person is brought before the bar of justice here in the House, every member has a vote. And do not let people calling themselves constitutional scholars try to convince you that it is anything more than what President Gerald Ford said it was. President Gerald Ford said this process is something that is lawful whenever 218 members say it is, assuming that that's the majority on a given day. Whatever the majority says it is in the House, there is no appealing the decision of the House. No member has to say why they voted the way they voted. You vote. You vote your conscience with this process. And when you vote your conscience with this process, if you vote to do as they did in a bygone era with Andrew Johnson, as they did with him, they voted to impeach him because he spoke ill of the House of Representatives. So don't let people convince you that it has to be something that is more than what the will of the House says it is, because it's not appealable. It is comparable to an indictment in the House. Not the same, but comparable. And then if this process functions as it should, it goes over to the Senate. And then the Senate takes up the process. And the Senate can try the president, and if the president is convicted, the president can be removed from office. Now, this process, you've been wondering what it is, I'm sure. This process is one that we have a countdown on, and I am absolutely committed to it. There is a countdown to impeachment. Impeachment is the process. This is what the framers of the Constitution accorded us for a time such as this and a president such as what we have. Impeachment. There is a countdown to impeachment, and yes, Mr. President, quake in your boots, because I will tell you the truth. You will be impeached. We're laying the foundation for it right now. You're going to be impeached again. And there are people who would say, well, if you can't get him convicted in the Senate, why impeach him in the House? Because we want posterity to know that the House of Representatives did its job. Let the Senate then have the opportunity to do their job. We send bills to the Senate all the time that we know the Senate won't pass. We do it all the time. We did it for tens of years with health care, knowing that we couldn't get it done, and we finally did get what is called Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. But that didn't happen overnight. Many times we sent legislation over to the Senate that doesn't pass, and we do it now. But when it comes to impeachment, the persons who don't want to see it will say you shouldn't use that same paradigm. You shouldn't send it over unless you know the Senate's going to take it up and pass it. Well, if that's the case, we wouldn't send most of what we send over to the Senate right now, because we can't pass it, and Senate won't take it up for whatever reasons, and I'm talking about from the Democratic side. So we should not allow that to become the acid test for whether we're going to do the right thing. The right thing to do is to impeach him right here, send it over to the Senate, and give the Senate an opportunity to act. I'm committed to this process. I do it as a matter of conscience. I do it as a matter of conscience. I do it because I believe that we shouldn't allow this country to just go down the tube, or down the drain. I don't want to see my country on the trash heap of history. This is a great country, and it can be great if we remove the stain from its conscience that the president has imposed upon it. This is our time. We are the people, and we can change this because this president is truly unfit to hold the office that he holds. And there are people who would defend him to the nth degree. And I cannot understand how you can see all that is happening to this country and still defend this president's actions. We now have found ourselves devolving into authoritarianism, and then what lies beneath authoritarianism? One person rule. One person rule, meaning more so than one person with cohorts. One person alone ruling a country that extols liberty and justice for all. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. That's where we're headed. I stand in the way with some others. I don't stand alone on this. There are others who are with me. But the people in this country are going to rise up and demand impeachment. In fact, they're already doing it. They're just waiting on us to catch up. Well, I'm going to help us catch up. There is a countdown to impeachment, and I'm guaranteeing you, I'm assuring you, that there will be additional articles of impeachment brought before this House of Representatives, and I do it as a matter of conscience. And I do it knowing that there are people who are going to spend all kinds of money to prevent me from doing it. Let them spend. But I will leave if they do succeed, knowing that I gave it my best. Every day that I was here, I gave it my best, and I pledge to you, you will continue to get my best. God bless you. God bless the United States of America. The countdown to impeachment continues. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities toward the president. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
I thank the Speaker. You know, this past weekend in Austin, Texas, near where I live, we had a tragedy where an individual shot a bunch of Austonians, including several University of Texas students, at a bar on what we call West 6th Street, in an area that I frequented often when I was in law school, a little less often these days, but it's an area that's a fairly normal place for people to go, not generally perceived as dangerous. And this past Saturday night, early Sunday morning, even as I believe I was returning home from San Antonio Rodeo, where I'd been there, I wake up in the morning to find out that there were 3 people who had been killed, and one of whom was the shooter, and then later a fourth person would die, a third victim. And it was an unnecessary, senseless act, but it's compounded by not just normal violence, but why this individual was here in the first place. And I think we've got to wrestle with some serious questions about who we allow into this country and why. The individual who killed these students, by the way, there were multiple others who were shot, having surgeries. One young woman, young student who was shot multiple times in her abdomen, another young man who was shot in his head. So it's not just the 3 dead victims, other people who are hurt, other people who are traumatized by it. And the individual who did it was wearing a Property of Allah sweatshirt, had a Quran in the back seat of the car that he had traveled in, was wearing an Iranian flag t-shirt under the property of law sweatshirt. And what we know about him is that he came here from Senegal in 2000, overstayed his visa. 2006, he obtains LPR, or legal permanent residency status, under the Bush administration. I'm going to be an equal opportunity basher of administrations who have failed to secure our border properly, and did so on the back of supposedly a marriage to an American citizen. Fast forward to 2012 under Obama, he gets full citizenship, which Obama was handing out like candy, and then tries to get status, LPR status, for 2 additional women, allegedly women he was marrying. I don't know whether in succession or at the same time. All I know is he was trying to do that. Fast forward, he was arrested for a hit and run alleged in 2022. And my fundamental question is why are we importing people who are deeply at odds with the values of our country and Western civilization? Why are we doing that? Why have we done that exponentially in the wake of the attacks of 9/11, 2001? It doesn't make any sense. This is avoidable. This man didn't need to be in the United States, who does not share our values, clearly was interested in serving his convictions for Iran and radical Islamism more than his commitment to this country, peace, and our rule of law. I'm going to have more to say about that, but related to this topic, I'm proud to be the co-founder, alongside my friend and fellow Texan, Keith Self, a veteran, a great public servant, longtime public servant, a great friend who shares my conviction. I won't speak for him, but shares my conviction for ensuring we defend our values, our Western civilization, the rule of law in our country, that we stand up against the Islamist movement, putting Sharia law forward in direct conflict with our laws. And I know my friend has a limited time, so I would like to yield some time to him to speak on this subject that concerns us both so greatly. And with that, I will yield such time as he shall consume.
Thank you very much to my really good friend, fellow Texan colleague, and co-founder of the Sharia Free America Caucus, Congressman Chip Roy. First of all, I've been aware of and been involved in Iran since 1979. I commanded a Special Forces detachment, A-Team, at that time. And while the trigger was not pulled, I was in a forward deployed battalion, and we were prepared to go in early to get the hostages should we need to. We had just come out of we had literally just the week before, I believe, come out of a shooting house in northern Germany where we had actually rehearsed a hostage rescue. I also was involved in Iran in 1984 when the 82nd Airborne Division was preparing Op Plan 1004. So I have been cognizant of and aware of Iran and planning for Iran since the late 70s, since the Ayatollah took over. Mr. Speaker, we have in the United States one Constitution, one legal system, one supreme law of the land. No foreign code, no religious legal system, no ideology that rejects our founding principles has any place here. Just this week, as you've heard, on March 3rd, 2026, Texas Republicans delivered an overwhelming message that cannot be ignored, should not be ignored. Proposition 10, which states that the state of Texas should prohibit Sharia law passed by, get this, 95% landslide in the Republican primary. Texans are saying loud and clear, American law only. Sharia is not compatible with our Constitution, and our constituents reject any attempt to import it. This non-binding proposition is a clarion call to this Congress. Protect our sovereignty before it's too late. And tragically, just 2 days before that vote on March the 1st, we witnessed exactly why this mandate is so urgent. In Austin, Texas, as he just outlined for you, a gunman opened fire on innocent people enjoying their night. He killed 3 young Americans. We always say their name. 19-year-old Ryder Harrington, a Texas Tech student, 21-year-old Savitha Shawn, a University of Texas student, and 30-year-old Jorge Peterson, and wounded 13 others, some critically. The suspect, as you've heard, a naturalized U.S. citizen originally from Senegal, entered the United States on a B-2 tourist visa in March of 2000, overstayed illegally, married a U.S. citizen in 2006 to adjust status to lawful permanent resident, was naturalized as a full citizen in April 2013, despite a history of both arrests before and after receiving his green card. Our broken legal system let him in, let him stay, and disturbingly made him one of us. Naturalization. Investigators found him wearing a sweatshirt emblazoned with "Property of Allah," an undershirt featuring an Iranian flag design, and recovered a Quran from his vehicle. The FBI is investigating this as having a potential nexus to radical Islamic terrorism tied to U.S. actions involving Iran. These 3 young lives, full of promise, dreams, and futures, were stolen in an instant. This is not random violence. The symbols were unmistakable and intentional. Property of Allah references to Iran and a Quran at the scene. This attack was direct, bloody manifestation of the supremacist ideology that Sharia promotes, one that claims divine authority over man-made law, demands submission, and justifies violence against those who stand in its way. Islam, steeped in Sharia teachings that reject equality under the law, free speech, and constitutional governance, is not some abstract debate. It arrived here through failed vetting and immigration loopholes, took root over the years as a legal resident and citizen, and struck at the heart of Texas. The enemy is inside the gates. Wake up, America. We don't have to accept this. We don't have to watch leaders, Republican and Democrat, allow individuals from regions hostile to our values to enter on temporary visas, overstay, marry their way into permanent status, naturalize despite red flags, and then unleash terror on our streets. This horror is precisely why Proposition 10 passed with such overwhelming numbers, because Sharia ideology fosters the very extremism that turns foreign loyalties or personal grievances into mass murder on American soil. This brings us to the heart of this matter. Sharia is not merely personal religious observance. It is a comprehensive political and legal system that stands in direct conflict with everything we hold sacred. As Karl Popper warned in The Open Society and Its Enemies, unlimited tolerance must lead to the disappearance of tolerance. If we extend unlimited tolerance even to those who are intolerant, if we are not prepared to defend a tolerant society against the onslaught of the intolerant, then the tolerant will be destroyed and tolerance with them. In the name of tolerance, we must claim the right not to tolerate the intolerant. Although, I admit, we unfortunately have to tolerate the Democrats. Sharia, as a supremacist ideology that demands submission and rejects our freedoms, falls squarely into this category. It refuses to tolerate dissent, equality, or our nation's law. To preserve America's tolerance, liberty, and open society, we must firmly reject and refuse to accommodate Sharia. Unlimited tolerance for such intolerance would destroy the very foundations of our tolerant republic. Sharia includes clear, real-world practices that directly violate our Constitution, such as wife beatings. Although in America, you are prohibited from breaking your wife's bones. I mean, it's disturbing that we even have to say this. Forced child marriages and child genital mutilation. Death penalties for apostasy, which is leaving Islam, and blasphemy. Harsh penalties like hand amputations for theft, stonings for adultery, and public floggings, and systemic inequality. Women receive only half the inheritance of men, their courtroom testimony counting as half a man's value, and non-Muslims treated as second-class citizens. Sharia explicitly asserts supremacy over man-made law, explicitly, directly contradicting we the people and the very foundation of our Constitution. The Austin attack is a tragic, real-world illustration of what happens when elements of the supremacist ideology take hold here. We cannot afford to ignore the warning signs any longer. That is precisely why Congressman Chip Roy and I launched the Sharia Free America Caucus. It has grown rapidly to dozens of members, now 46 strong, from across the country representing 22 states. The caucus's mission is clear. Ensure Sharia never gains a foothold in America. Protect the Constitution as the supreme law. Secure our borders against ideologies that refuse to assimilate and defend Western civilization. We will not surrender our freedoms. I urge every colleague, Republican and Democrat, who believes in American sovereignty to join us. Mr. Speaker, the American people expect us to defend the Constitution against any ideology that seeks to replace it. Let us pass legislation affirming that no court may consider Sharia or any foreign religious code. Let us strengthen vetting to keep out those who adhere to Sharia. Let us advance the Pause Act to freeze immigration until our system is secure. And let us stand with the Sharia Free America Caucus and declare once and for all, America must be made Sharia free. So, Mr. Roy, I represent a district in North Texas. You represent a district in the Hill Country. How bad do you think the Islamization of Texas is for a dialogue?
Yeah, I think my friend who has very well laid out the extraordinary problem we have as a country if we allow Sharia law to take root. People say, well, yeah, just dismiss it. It's not a big deal. This is just a problem in Europe. You hear that all the time, right?
Absolutely.
And the fact is, it's a real problem here. And it's not just Dearborn, Michigan, where some people get some headlines. It's not just New York City right now, where you now have Mayor Mamdani and, prayer calls in the middle of Manhattan. We have, and I'll let the gentleman expand upon it, 300-plus mosques and more mosques being built every year in the state of Texas than any other state in the union. We have Epic City, which you can comment about in your own backyard. We have a massive Islamic center in Houston, a massive Islamic center north of Austin, an Islamic center in West Campus. You say, well, Chip, why is that a problem? Right? People can believe what they want to believe. They can build these things. These entities are expressly putting out and advancing Islamism consistent with the plan laid out by the Muslim Brotherhood, in accordance with some 600 organizations designed to do it, to put a footprint here that is ideological and political, designed to take over our country. Would the gentleman agree?
Absolutely. Texas has seen 48 new mosques in the last 2 years, just 2 years. That's roughly one every month. This is the fastest pace in the nation, and it reflects rapid Muslim growth in suburban areas like DFW, where I live, Houston, which is closer to where Chip lives. And frankly, it's not just in Texas. I was told by one of our North Carolina members just today that in his district they plan to build the largest mosque in this hemisphere, I believe is the way he characterized it. So no, it is not just in Texas, but Texas is ground zero. My district, I believe, Chip, is ground zero because of this Epic City, because of the mini mosque. Epic City was going to be a 400-plus acre compound, Muslim only, and if you invested a certain amount of money, then you might be able to buy a plot of land, you might be able to build a house, but when you sold the house, you had to sell it to the right person using contract law, using our own freedoms, our own legal system against us.
Is the gentleman familiar, I know he's got to leave here in a minute, is the gentleman familiar with areas in and around the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, even nearby your own district, in places like Richardson, in places like Arlington, a little farther away, in other areas, that some of our Texas women in particular, and generally, believe to be no-go zones, where there's areas where they are increasingly feeling uncomfortable, as if they are somehow immersed in the Middle East in areas that do not share our values of equality, of treating people respectfully, the same as peers, and where some of our women feel uncomfortable. Is the gentleman familiar that that is the case, and in fact, in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, from what we understand?
Absolutely. I understand that from the local officials, and the women are not comfortable traveling there because, frankly, to quote an imam, women are animals created by Allah to be used by men. Women are no different from cows, sheep, horses, or mules. God made women resemble humans. Well, that's, to me, speaks, that is totally anathema to our vision of equality between men and women. Not that men are women, not that women are men. We can define what a woman is, but women have certain rights, individual rights under our concept of individual human rights. Under Sharia law, it is total submission. It is totally different. We need to understand that.
One last point, because I get thrown in my face quite frequently that, well, our founders would be appalled that we are raising these issues and questioning people's ability to carry out and practice their faith. I know that the gentleman is a student of our history and the Constitution, a student of military history, and I'm confident that he is well apprised of the engagement that Thomas Jefferson had with respect to the Barbary pirates and the Barbary Wars. And when posed with the question that Jefferson posed, said, well, why do you make war with us? And the response was, as the gentleman knows, well, we are commanded to in the Quran. Now, to which Jefferson was fairly appalled, as you would expect him to be. And then we had to carry out wars, right, to make sure our shipping lanes were open and so forth. But I know the gentleman's student of history understands that that conflict was very clear and present, even among our leaders as they were founding this nation in the Enlightenment, that led to the First Amendment, which we cherish, but the recognition of the direct conflict that the Islamic faith had, especially with respect to Sharia law being carried out against our values in Western civilization. The gentleman agree?
Absolutely. In fact, there is a term now that's being used, civilization jihad. This is the importation of Muslims who, under Sharia, it reaches the accommodation phase. Yes, we'll pray in the middle of the street. No, you can't walk your dog on the public sidewalk. And then it goes to the intimidation phase that you were referring to earlier about women feeling unsafe on the street. We do not want to get to the position where Great Britain is, where they have rape gangs that kidnap young girls off of the street, take them, fill them full of drugs and alcohol, rape them mercilessly, and then the police arrest the young women for being drunk in public. We do not want to get to that point that the UK is currently.
Well, I thank my friend. I think he has to go to another engagement. I want to thank him for his leadership in working with me and co-founding the Sharia Free America Caucus. We now have, are we 46, 45?
46
members strong and growing, and I would invite colleagues on either side of the aisle to join. We should all be united in having a Sharia-free America. It is inconsistent with our values. I appreciate his leadership. I appreciate his public service. I appreciate his friendship. And I wish him well this evening.
Thank you very much for allowing me to participate.
Thank you, my good
and
friend.
I yield the gentleman to the
I
gentleman.
appreciate it. Thank you, sir. And look, I would just note, in addition to what we just talked about, there's this view that Europe is unique, right? And right now there are some 50 million Muslims that have now moved into Europe. You've now got France approaching 10% of its population. You have the United Kingdom at 7% plus of its population. In the United Kingdom, you have 85 courts carrying out Sharia law alongside the civilian courts. In Germany, you're at 7 to 8% of the population. Spain, Italy, a good chunk of Western Europe is now approaching 10% plus Muslim. And what question now is we're having a battle with Iran to take out their nuclear capability. At what point are we going to be concerned about a nuclear France or a nuclear United Kingdom? People say, well, Chip, that's awfully controversial. Is it? Is it really that controversial? You have majority Muslim countries that are refusing to send their kids to schools in the United Kingdom because they believe that the schools there are teaching a radicalized Islam that is more radical than they have at home. This is purposeful. This is being driven by the Muslim Brotherhood. This is not just happening in Europe, it is happening here. And but for an ocean, we would be Europe now. But after the massively open borders under the Biden-Mayorkas regime, with the increasing shrinking of the globe, and with totally irresponsible wide open borders and totally irresponsible legal, quote unquote, immigration policies by this country, we are importing people who hate us and hate our values. Why would we do that? Someone explain to me why we would do that. In the 25 years since 9/11, we have imported millions of people from countries that are diametrically opposed to our values. Why? Why would we do that? And why would we continue? I don't care what it is, H-1B, I don't care tourist visas that people tend to overstay and we never enforce. We have massive, rampant abuse of our so-called legal immigration system, and I'm sick and tired of hearing colleagues, and frankly, the administration, Republicans generally, people, governors, they want to go, oh, we love legal immigration. You just got to stop the illegal immigration. Well, of course we should stop the illegal immigration. It's like the basic duty of government. But why would you continue massive, widespread legal immigration from countries that very heavily, largely oppose our way of life and want to transform it? They do not wish to melt into the pot. They wish to take over the country and change it. Stop doing that. This is common sense. But common sense was thrown out the window years ago. Everybody lives in this touchy-feely nonsense bull that they were taught in schools to say, well, you know, you just got to open your doors to everybody. Your porch, just have your porch open. Everybody come in. Hold on. Why would you let people in who want to undo what you have? Like, when you have people who wish to come here and achieve the American dream, when you have people who come here and want to learn our language, conform with our laws and our society, conform with our customs, conform with our heritage, celebrate and venerate our heritage, support in God we trust, accept our values as we have Moses sitting right here overlooking the House chamber. I'm guessing that Mr. Property of Allah here, who shot up people in my town and killed students at the University of Texas and a Texas Tech student, would not be too excited about Moses overseeing our chamber. Look, We have to make choices. We have 53 million-ish people foreign-born in the United States, almost 16%. It's the highest percentage of our population in history. In the 1920s, in 1924 specifically, Congress restricted immigration after a massive explosion of immigration in the late 1800s, early 1900s. Now, let's also consider at the time that while there were differences in cultures, German, Czech, Italian, whatever, predominantly these were people who shared Western civilization values, believed in our country, were going to schools that taught that our country was great, were going to schools that taught the Constitution, were going to schools that taught kids English. And at the time, we were trying to build a melting pot. Yet even with that, we all recognize, whoa, 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 maybe we need to pause immigration because we've had so many people come here. We need a little resettling to ensure that everybody here knows what being an American means. So for the better part of 40 years, we pretty much flatlined immigration, constrained it to negligible numbers. And by the way, during that period, we ultimately were able to win a world war, ultimately have the baby boom post-World War II, grew the economy, and then sometime in the mid-1960s, we opened up the spigot. And we set forward now a 60-year march that's been a massive curve that's now exploded into the 21st century, in which we have brought masses of population into our country, but now increasingly people who flat out do not share our values, and worse, wish to eradicate our values and kill us. Again, to my colleagues who like to yap on the House floor or on news media about how great legal immigration is this great? Is it? Now, look, I want to say that I'm not just making these numbers up. Since 2002, which astute observers of history will recognize was the year after 9/11, where 3,000 Americans were murdered by people who overstayed their visas, I would remind. All the friendly, oh, come join us melting pot folks that came over here on tourist visas, that overstayed their visas, and then flew airplanes into buildings. Since then, the United States has issued 4.6 million green cards or lawful permanent status to nationals from Muslim-majority nations, allowing them to remain here indefinitely. Now, I'm sure there are some of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle that come down and say, well, Chip, that's a good thing. Isn't that great? Having people come here in diversity. Well, is it? There's been a 48% increase in green cards to these countries from 2002 to 2023, since 9/11. Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Cameroon, Egypt, Indonesia, Iran, Iraq, Jordan, Lebanon, Libya, Malaysia, Mauritania, Oman, Pakistan, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Senegal, Sierra Leone, Somalia, Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Yemen. I'm doing that for the benefit of the stenographer. Meanwhile, Sharia is exploding. You say, no, it's not. Yes, it is. We have story after story of how that's being meted out in communities around our country, not always formally, but certainly in the communities. in direct contradiction to our Western values and our law. But we've actually had courts being propped up. For example, Governor Abbott in Texas had to go quash at least 2 courts that were being set up in the Dallas-Fort Worth Metroplex, which is why I'm saying we should pause immigration. I introduced legislation in November to do that. Let's just pause all immigration. We can allow tourist visas so long as we enforce visa overstays. But we shouldn't reopen the spigots on immigration until we have revamped our badly broken H-1B system, until we've revamped the entire visa system, until we vet people for Sharia law or adherence to values inconsistent with ours, until we fix Plyler v. Doe, a wrong-headed Supreme Court opinion saying that we have to allow illegal aliens to be able to get educated here, until we fix our broken immigration system, which the next Democrat regime will exploit, as Secretary Noem testified to yesterday in the House committee, that would assuredly occur if we do not codify changes to asylum, codify changes to parole, codify changes to catch and release, that it will happen. And we haven't done it. By the way, the House hasn't even passed it this Congress. Why? Why haven't we passed it and sent it over to the Senate? Well, the Senate won't pass it. Well, we're hearing that about the Save America Act too right now. But why don't we just put more pressure on the Senate to do its job? Show up to work. Debate in the supposedly greatest deliberative body in the world in which they never actually deliberate. When was the last time somebody saw a great speech on the floor of the Senate? Between 2 senators engaging in debate. The greatest deliberative body in the world. There is more deliberation in an average high school debate than the United States Senate. And I've offended a few senators, apparently, by virtue of what a couple people said when I call it the nursing home and the Jell-O dispensary. Well, forgive me, not. Because you don't do anything. The Senate is nothing more in today's operation than the personnel office for the White House. That's it. And by the way, it's not even doing that fully effectively. Why haven't we passed the Save America Act in the Senate? Well, Chip, we don't have 60 votes. Does anybody know how the filibuster and the rules of the Senate actually work? 60 votes is one mechanism for shutting off debate. But you actually have to have debate to turn off. Have the debate. Put it on the floor. Oh, but they might offer amendments, and those amendments might be really tough votes for our members. Well, hell's bells. You might have to vote on something in the United States Senate? Who could imagine the horror of running for office to become a vaunted United States senator, and yet, oh no, I might be forced to vote on something. Heaven forbid that the United States Senate Republicans lock together, lock arms, have a strategy, and say, hey, why don't we just table all the amendments? I serve on the Rules Committee here in the House. We get amendments every week, gamesmanship by my colleagues on the other side of the aisle. They offer amendments to put us in a bad position, to run ads against us that we're somehow the devil because we voted against puppies and children and whatever it is. Boo-hoo. Vote no, move on, put a message out. But the Senate won't do it because they're hiding. The United States Senate is hiding behind a fake filibuster, a fake 60-vote threshold that is not real. Put a bill on the floor of the Senate. Allow it to be amended. Table the amendments. Allow the speeches to go. Make them sit there and speak. Make them burn the clock. Make them sit there for weeks on end, telling the American people how they oppose that only American citizens should vote in American elections and that we should have voter ID to demonstrate you are who you are when you vote. Go sell that at home. But the Senate continues to hide. Say, well, we can't do that. We don't have 51 senators. We don't want to upset the filibuster. Chip, you're going to risk the filibuster. False. Fake news. We're saying use the real filibuster. Speak. Invite Mr. Smith to come back to Washington. Allow Mr. Smith to come into the chamber and show you what a real filibuster is. Because it isn't keeping the Senate in a quorum call while you go to fundraisers and steak dinners or go parade in front of the screens on the committees, come down to the Senate floor, have a few votes, and then fly back out after 2.5 days of work in a week. The Civil Rights Act of 1964 was on the floor of the Senate for 3 months. 3 months. They were 25 votes shy of the then cloture vote to shut off debate. I mean, right now, we're, 10 votes shy. Put it on the floor. See what happens. See how many phone calls come into senators' offices. After a week, after 2 weeks, after 3 weeks, you can pull it off the floor. If you got to move something important like DHS funding, if Democrats stop blocking the funding of Coast Guard, FEMA, and TSA. This is not rocket science stuff, y'all. But the Senate refuses to fight. The American people demand that we actually preserve the integrity of our elections. The American people believe that only American citizens should vote in American elections. They believe you should have voter ID. The Senate should act. The House should codify President Trump's executive orders, send them to the Senate, and then the Senate could do another talking filibuster. Man, they might have to show up to the Senate floor and force work. All of these things are related. Wide open borders, crime rates, organizations that are funding it, the advance of Sharia law and the Islamist movement in the United States. All of it is tied to large networks of Marxists and Islamists that are trying to remake the United States of America and undermine everything about our history, heritage, our rule of law, the Constitution, the Declaration. And the question is are we going to continue to remain asleep, kowtowing to corporate America, telling everybody what to do for labor, earnings per share, and the bottom line so they can get better reports from Wall Street? Because that's what's happening. You turn the management of affairs over to corporations. Corporations that continue to buy up land, buy up ranches, buy up farms, often international corporations, also almost often foreigners buying up American assets. Are we that slave to corporate America that we're willing to leave our doors wide open to the most dangerous individuals around that do not share our values? A lot of people think that the Sharia crisis is only in Europe and in foreign countries, that it has not yet arrived here. That is false. It is alive, well, and growing. And people are going to use the First Amendment incorrectly to hang us with it. They are going to pile weight upon the bow that is our system, and it will crumble under its own weight. While we fiddle, while America burns. Because we don't want to say uncomfortable things that we can all see with our own eyes. Why do you have to wait in line at the airport? Why can't you take a pocket knife in your pocket on the plane? Like we did for years. Why do you have to take your friggin' shoes off? Was it because of some nice Christian choir boys and girls from the local church in your community? Or was it because of the rise of the Islamist movement around the world? Was it from the Pan Am bombings and all the various terrorist attacks of the 80s and 90s, culminating in 2001 on 9/11? Open your eyes and see what the world is. Recognize the enemy before you and stop inviting the enemy into your home and then allowing your own rules to be used to promulgate your own destruction. It is a radical political ideology that is at odds with the Constitution, the Declaration, and the rule of law. We should act like it. We should tighten down our immigration laws. We should pause immigration. We should vet people for adherence to Sharia law. We should ensure that our communities stay safe and recognize the war that is being waged against us and take action. And with that, I recognize that my good friend from Arizona is in the chamber and is no doubt going to regale us with a tutorial on our debt crisis, the extent to which interest payments on the debt, the skyrocketing mountain of debt that is piling up as a result of mandatory spending in particular, demographic changes, our lack of use of great medical technology and other things that will allow us to save money and have a much better healthcare system and save our children from the scourge of debt and the interest payments that I talked about. I suspect he'll say something to those effects, and I think I've filibustered long enough for the gentleman to come. Yeah, sure, of course I will. Of course I will.
I no longer have to speak because he just took care of the speech for me.
Well, hey, can I always say something, though, and then I'll turn it over to him because I got to go, But the gentleman, we poke each other and have a little fun. I'm certainly prone to give some speeches on immigration, border security, and other things, come down to the floor. I think the floor should be used. I wish we had actual real debate. I wish we had something other than special orders where you come down here and talk to an empty chamber. I think we should have 10, 20, or 30 of us down here for hours at a time debating serious issues. I think the American people would expect that. That's why I think the Senate ought to actually advance the debate. Don't be afraid of a real filibuster. But I want to say, as a compliment, that the gentleman has done this for now over a decade. I can't remember how long he's been in Congress, where he's been down to the floor and he gives those speeches. And I don't mean that as criticism, because that message has been consistent. And by the way, the big, beautiful bill last year was nothing like, I know, what he wanted nor I wanted. I wanted to go much further. But what we did get in terms of Medicaid reforms, what we did get in terms of spending reductions, $1.6 trillion of reductions and so forth, again, not what we wanted, would never have happened but for the groundwork being laid by people like my friend from Arizona, the speeches he gives on the floor regularly, making the case for how debt, interest, and so forth is killing our country.
Gentleman, yield.
I would.
The classic problem of you're a brilliant lawyer, I'm sort of a walking accountant, or walking calculator. We both serve different, and a lot of people in the public don't understand. We get different committees, and they take over our life. You sit on judiciary. You sit. Are you also on oversight?
I'm on judiciary, budget, and rules.
Yeah. Oh, so your life is hell.
I see it all.
Yeah, your life is hell. And I do Joint Economic Committee and Ways and Means. And that's actually one of the elegance the Founding Fathers gave us, is we eventually end up where we're good.
Yep.
And in some ways, I always love the yin and yang thing here, where you're doing the legal stuff, and then I'm going to actually sort of pound on the math.
Well, you do a great job of it. Keep pounding on the math. We've made slight progress with flat discretionary spending for 2 or 3 years and a little bit of work last year, the big, beautiful bill, but we've barely dented the problem. The iceberg sits in front of us. We're on the Titanic. A few of us are pulling the wheel, but hell, people on both sides of the aisle are pulling the wheel the other direction, and our kids and grandkids depend on us actually avoiding the frigging iceberg. So with that, I'm going to yield to my friend from Arizona, or I guess I'm going to yield my time back. Yeah.
Gentleman yields back. Members are reminded to refrain from engaging in personalities towards the Senate or its members.
That takes the fun out of it.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Part of what we're going to do tonight is a little thick. Can you imagine that? But I want to walk through a handful of things. Even as Mr. Roy was just touching, I need us to understand what's going on in our math. Mr. Speaker, guess what? We hit sort of a record today for not being in COVID or one of our disasters. Every day, I send out a text message. It's part of our Joint Economic Committee. And I have a few thousand people that subscribe to this. And yes, it's a little geeky, but what we're doing is we're capturing the numbers from the Treasury Department. And we've built a whole system where we grab those and send those out. You'll be happy to know over the last 12 months, and this will make sense in a moment, over the last 12 months, if you divide our borrowing, just our borrowing up, we're now borrowing $83,720 per second. $83,720 per second. That is functionally, when you do the 12-month math, that is a new record. And yet, we have flattened out discretionary spending. So the things you actually get to vote on, I get to vote on, that's flat. But we only get to vote on about 25% of the spending. And this is why it's so hard to actually have this conversation here. The majority of our debt, I'm going to show some of this, and then I'm going to show where we have some of the waste and fraud and have to get the alignment, and then I'm going to give something I think is actually optimistic. But you got to understand, we have a shortage of children. We have functionally the same number of 18-year-olds today as we had 20 years ago, and double the number of 65 and up. We've known this was going to happen for a very long time. But it's almost like, is it because we're fearful of getting reelected? The White House gets cranky when we talk about these things, and it's Republicans and Democrats. So we come here and talk about shiny objects. But we have a math problem. In 33 months, over half the spending from Washington, D.C. government, from the government here, in 33 months will go to those 65 and up. And somewhere here, my 3-year-old is actually running around here. Yes, I'm insane. I have a 3-year-old and a 10-year-old. My wife's exactly my age. We have some math, and if you use a 6% discount rate, generational discount rate, you need 104% of my 3-year-old's lifetime income just to pay government pensions, federal government pensions, Social Security, Medicare, military, federal. And it's partially because we have so few children and so many baby boomers. No, it's not Republican or Democrat. It's just math. And we're going to do what? Because once more, the two primary drivers of our borrowing today, that $83,000 per second, what are the two drivers? It's interest and healthcare costs. Well, interest is a function of we have $38.7 trillion of borrowing out there, and that has to go to the markets, and the market's going to set a price. When you hear the discussions about the Federal Reserve, that's the short-term portion. When you start getting over 5 years, 7 years, 10 years, 30 years, that's a market. It's, you look at U.S. sovereign debt, and what do you want to pay? Mr. Speaker, think about this at the moment. Greece can sell a 10-year bond cheaper than the United States today. Does that set off any alarm bells? Is that just annoying because the hallways are full of people who want nothing more than more money spent. Look, you get two types of folks that come lobby you and walk in your office. And don't always think they're lobbyists. They're often constituents from home who walk in and say, we want more money, or we want you to control and regulate our competition. And I'm hoping somewhere here we can convince our brothers and sisters on the Republican side, the conservative side, that we believe in free markets. We believe creative destruction is a rebirth of an economy, and it should be happening constantly. And I know some of the populists don't like that, but the fact of the matter is, if we don't get remarkable productivity improvements, I don't know how we get wage growth. Remember, you're often not going, unless you can do something crazy in supplies, so supply-side economics, you're not going to make prices go down. What you do is you make them more affordable by wage growth. Wage growth happens by two things. Inflation, well, that's just treading water. Productivity, you do it better, faster, cheaper through technology, through other systems, through redesign. That's how we raise wages. But what happens in a world where the estimated share of outlays that we're going to spend in government, so we have an obligation. This society made promises. You turn 65, you get your Medicare. You turn from 62 to 70 or 72, you can actually start to take Social Security. We made promises. If you worked for the federal government, you worked for the military, you have pensions. But right now, my demographics, estimated share of outlays by group. So what does this government spend on populations? If you're under 18, right now we spend 7%, and in 2036 it goes down to 6%. But here's the punchline. Right here, this is my 65 up in population. In the next few years, over half of our federal spending will be to those, and look, I'm only a year away now, to those 65 and up. Are we supposed to talk about this? Those are obligations. We owe them. But a point. You see this down here? In 2036, we're down to 12% of federal spending. 12% of federal spending is defense. 52% will be to pensions and health care. Do you see the scale? Remember, today, Social Security is the biggest spend, $1.6 trillion. Then what's the number two? What is the number two spend in the federal government? It's not defense, it's interest. Then it's Medicare. Then it's Medicaid and Obamacare subsidies, ACA subsidies. Number 5 is actually defense. As Chip Roy was just saying, I've been coming behind this microphone for over a decade, and I'm wondering, where are people's intellect? Is it you need the satiation of being angry instead of thinking through the scale? What takes down a republic? I would argue debt and deficits and this financing is what will take us down. And the bond market is now almost in the place where it will run this country. So let's actually walk through a couple more of these and see if we can sort of make the argument so it makes sense. The second half of this chart is, personal opinion is garbage, but it's a projection. So I want you to just look right here, from this point here, 2025 to 2036. This is actually population of 18-year-olds coming down, because we can actually sort of calculate that right now. You've got to understand, ignore this stuff. By 2036, we have only 4 million 18-year-olds. the fact of the matter is, you tell me how I keep growth in an economy when I have shortages of young people entering the workforce, entering the economy. And I've done presentation after presentation. You're going to have to accept technology. You're going to have to accept synthetic biology. You're going to have to accept robots and labor substitution. If you want wages to go up in America and make things more affordable, one of the reasons President Trump has talked about this in many different ways, but the White House and others, we got a population problem. The math right now says the United States is fairly close to zero population growth. Do you remember your high school economics class where they taught you saying, hey, GDP growth is a combination of step-ups in productivity and population growth? What happens when we don't have the population growth? And no, you're not magically going to create an army of new little babies. Bless them. But this is not just the United States. It's all over the industrialized world. And oddly enough, the United States is still much better off than many, many countries. Though France actually has a higher fertility rate than the United States, even when you adjust for their immigrant population. So we've been trying to promote what we call a unified theory that says the adoption of technology, the legalization of healthcare disruptions that will make us healthier, better, move to a truly talent-based immigration system, move away from the family sponsorship system. And President Trump has talked about this. Remember, he says it's insane we educate someone and send them home to compete with us. But there's about a dozen things on our unified theory, and you have to do them all at once. And it's one of the reasons I'm not running again. We had an agreement, I had an agreement, that we were going to do a second reconciliation. Part of that reconciliation, we were going to do all these ideas that saved money but didn't take away services. We were going to get rid of the waste and the fraud and the misalignment and way some of the things are scammed. And that became too hard. So now we're back to borrowing. You do realize that $83,000 a second is $7.4 billion a day. And if you want something that's uncomfortable, and maybe I shouldn't talk about this, so that means I'm going to, Doge. I absolutely loved Doge's mission. But once again, you have to be able to execute it. You need members of Congress that are tough SOBs to execute it. When we started Doge, it was going to be $2 trillion. Well, excuse me, when the White House started Doge, it was going to be $2 trillion. Then it fell to $1 trillion. You can go to doge.gov right now. It'll be 200 and some plus billion dollars of identified savings. What have we actually executed? What have we helped them actually execute? About $7 billion. We borrowed more than that just today. Anyone see a math problem? So let's take a look at this one. Contributions by outlays alone to the 2025 1.75. And I also need to, we all fuss about this in our office. Last year's sort of official borrowing was $1.75 trillion. But understand there was a one-time kickback of student loans. If not, it would have been closer to $2 trillion. But hey, math is math. So I need you to think about this. 17% of our contributions to that debt came from interest. 16% was the increases in national defense. The one thing that's in the Constitution here. But you start to actually take a look at the biggest spend, 29% was our benefits to those who are 65 and up. Then you actually get over here 54 to 64, that's 10%. But when you get to our kids, those under 18, we spend about 8%. Now, when I say spend, this was things that drove borrowing. I'm trying to create a understanding that if we don't get our act together, we have really ugly things happening. 6.5 years from now, the Social Security Trust Fund is empty. 6.5 years from now, the Medicare Trust Fund is empty. This is a 24% cut to your Social Security check, and this is an 11% cut to hospital reimbursement. That is 6.5 years from now. And the scale on it, when I get idiots who go, oh, we'll just raise taxes. I think the first year, which will be 2033, it would be 600, and if you add them together, 638 billion. So the scale of this is monstrous. How often do you see us stepping up and saying, we're going to start working on this today because it's going to take us a couple of years to figure out how we're going to finance this? Are we just going to pretend? We double poverty of seniors in 7 years. We have a math set that says we'll double the number of baby boomers who live on the street 7 years from now. Does anyone have morality around here, want to just do the right thing? And the idiocy from some of my Democrat colleagues, well, we'll just raise the cap on this and that. If you actually do sort of the calculations, you get a nice spike for a little while, but it only covers about 38% of the shortfall. This is not easy. And then many of us come up and say, okay, we got also another math problem. Being on Ways and Means, we're supposed to actually manage the revenues into the state, into this federal government. What happens when we have really good GDP growth, but a lot of that isn't coming from labor, it's coming from capital expenditures? Mr. Speaker, as you already know, we are an income tax-based tax system. We tax your capital gains, we tax your wages, we have then FICA taxes, which are your Social Security, your Medicare, your unemployment. What happens when much of our economic growth is coming from capital expenditures and not the taxes on wages? We're actually sort of seeing the force to have a discussion of how do we finance the future of this government. But are we allowed to do that? It's reality. And so here's a question for anyone who's crazy enough to be watching. And I always find this interesting. We will get some folks who, tomorrow when this thing goes up on YouTube, who fuss, the chamber's empty. It's just the way it is at night. But we're on like 1,000 televisions around the campus, and hopefully there's some poor intern who is stuck having to watch this. But we're probably on several 100,000, maybe 1 million television screens around the country of people that have either you're freaky smart or you have no life and you're trying to find a way to fall asleep and you're watching C-SPAN right now and some guy trying to do a semi-economics and debt and deficit lecture. But for those of you who do care, you start to walk through this math and say, how do you actually deal with the fact that these trust funds go empty in the next couple years and our mix is changing, and yet the groups that make their money trying to... All right, let's do the question. Is borrowing a tax? Mr. Speaker, it's a simple question. Is borrowing a tax? It's money we owe, and we have to pay interest on it. It's a tax paid for by a future generation. just as inflation is a tax on your savings. But we can hand out things. So last year, for every dollar we took in tax receipts, we spent $1.43. Now this year it's better. With what President Trump did, what we did here, we pushed down some of the spending. We made our first adjustments in Medicaid. And even then, the spending still goes up. It just goes up slower. Our guess is this year, for every dollar of taxation we collect, we're going to spend about $1.33, $34. My math is closer to $1.36. But you can't do that very long. So let's actually walk through some of the things we've been analyzing as the Joint Economic Committee. I also chair the Joint Economic Committee. And I've come here and done detailed presentations from the MedPAC report and other things on something called Medicare Part C. It's Medicare Advantage. It's now 55% of the population. I really, really want to defend Medicare Advantage. I just want it to be more efficient. And we have a math problem. There's something in there where we have identified, and this is also from the MedPAC reports, we'll call it excess premiums for Medicare Advantage. And this last year, we think it came in at about $13+ billion. What's funky about this is part of that exposure ends up on Medicare Part B and Medicare Advantage, or traditional Medicare. This one's the traditional Medicare, this is the MA. And what that means is you're paying it. If you're on Medicare, particularly if you're on traditional Medicare, you're picking up a whole bunch of other costs. And the federal government's picking up about 9.9%, and the states are having to pick up some of the burden also because of dual eligible populations. Dual eligible populations are you're poor enough that if you're on traditional Medicare, Medicaid picks up part of your copays. But this is once again a mistake in the design of Medicare Advantage. We're transferring costs to other populations in Medicare. The punchline here, we had a fight in my office whether I should walk everyone through the whole formula, and I think I would have had no one watching on C-SPAN because it's complicated. But you need to understand, over a couple years, if you're on traditional Medicare, you're basically paying $2,589 more because of this misalignment here, where these costs are being shifted to the Medicare Part B portion. We have a way to fix this. We've offered a piece of legislation that basically takes Medicare Advantage and puts it back to its tradition, where you don't, try to make more money by the risk scores or the star ratings. You put it into the initial bid, and yes, you're going to have to do longer enrollments and those things. So the insurance company invests in making you healthier. And what we see is a healthier Medicare Advantage population uses less, and the companies can make a bigger profit. It's good for society. It's a good win-win. But now you have to make a decision. And this is, I'm speaking more to the Medicare Advantage lobbyists right now, if there's anyone out there watching. Functionally, zero is the proposal right now coming from the administration. So instead of redesigning the program and getting rid of, let's just call it, I won't call it waste and fraud, we'll call it the misalignment that's been identified in the MedPAC reports, whether they be 20% more than fee-for-service or a future one that may come down to 17%. But that's still, over 10 years, that's like $2 trillion of additional spending. Or you can actually get crammed down here, which is what's coming, or work with offices like ours that want to take the program back to its original design, where these insurers make money by helping their populations be healthier. Or you can basically start to just get undercompensated over and over and over. And once again, let's come back to the basics. If you go back to the MedPAC report, this is just the overpayment portion. This is not some of the other things that are in the MedPAC report that drive us insane. That's $84 billion last year. We will sit here on the floor and fight for hours over a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of that, because this is hard to talk about. It's complex, and there's an army of lobbyists to stop us from doing it. But maybe we should learn to do the complex things, because once again, we borrowed $7.4 billion today. So let's do some happy talk. Last Saturday in Scottsdale, we actually did a joint economic hearing, a field hearing. We brought in some incredibly creative companies in the healthcare space. We had one there that has actually come up with a type of multi-cancer detection. I'm still having a little trouble on their technology. They think they can do it with a handful of drops of your blood that you could actually extract at home. And they put it on a plate, and they're looking for a type of peptide. It's not the ones you do when you're bodybuilding, a type of peptide that would help identify different types of cancers. They think they can get this product down to about $150. So you would do a multi-cancer test multiple times a year. We had the gentleman sitting over next to me over here. He's from Dr. AI. If anyone's watching, you're interested, go look. Utah has just done a sandbox with them. So the state of Utah, where the AI is doing renewals of your prescriptions. Why are we all doing that? There's ideas here where you had a revolution to crash the cost of health care. There was, Whoop was there, and they were talking about some of the things that are coming in the future where you can be basically wearing your medical lab on your body. It can talk to the Dr. AI, and then the healthcare provider there knows whether you need to come in or whether it can be prescribed to you just automatically. Mr. Speaker, my point is, if we could get our act together and start being creative and doing the hard things and stop making the technology disruptions, because they're functionally illegal today. You know, allowing AI to prescribe, allowing the wearables. Remember, the newest version of Apple Watch is an FDA-approved medical device for the heart. So just the thought experiment. Within its scope of what it's been medically approved, or approved by the FDA, should be allowed to prescribe. Are we ready to start doing things like that? If we don't start telling the truth about the math, the next few years are going to be hell around here. And I won't be here for it, but you will. And is winning the next election that much more important than telling the truth? I'm in a 50-50 district. I get up into entire meetings on how to save Social Security, how to save Medicare, how to save these things, and I've been rewarded over and over and over. I think I'm one of the most expensive races and losses for the Democrats in all of America. You can win. Treat your voters with respect. Treat them as having an intellect, and treat them that it doesn't have to be a dystopian darkness if you're willing to innovate. But if you're not willing, it gets ugly. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The chair lays before the House the following enrolled bill.
Senate 723, an act to require the Bureau of Indian Affairs to process and complete all mortgage packages associated with residential and business mortgages on Indian land by certain deadlines and for other purposes.
The chair lays before the House a communication.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., March 5th, 2026. I hereby designate the period from Thursday, March 5th, 2026 through Sunday, March 15th, 2026 as a district work period under Clause 13 of Rule 1. Signed sincerely, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to Clause 13 of Rule 1, the House stands adjourned until 1 p.m. Monday, March 9th, 2026.